Yo, what's up, gamers? I'm Tsugoii. We're gonna do some Nier Automata. Like all major endings basically is this category. Um, so a couple of things to note real fast before we start. So one, um, we use some graphic mods. So 2B and 9S might look a little bit different. Weapons might look a little bit different, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. And yeah, we have a basically like a load remover mod that will make the loading screens be a lot faster. But instead of like the normal stuff, it'll just say P. Besides that, we're gonna go ahead and get this started. So going in 3, 1. Good luck, me.
Everything that lives is designed to end.
All right.
We are
So
perpetually trapped
to get
in
started
a
with this run,
never-ending spiral
there's
of life
basically
and death.
there's basically like 3 main types of
Is
gameplay.
this a curse?
So there's
Or
what we're in
some
right
kind
now,
of
which is like
punishment?
shmup or like shoot 'em up gameplay.
I often think about the god who
So we're
blessed
like
us
in
with
a
this cryptic
mech
puzzle,
and we shoot
and
and
wonder
stuff.
if we'll ever have the chance to kill
Most
him.
of these sections are not technically auto scrollers, but they're on rails and all the enemy spawns and stuff are fixed. So
This is command. Yorha Squadron, come in.
gameplay here is basically just shoot everything that's coming on screen and kill it. Be easy. And you have your normal hack and slash gameplay, which is all the really pog stuff that everyone likes. And then lastly, later on the game, we'll have some like hacking, some like mini game stuff going on.
Then destroy the Goliath class unit by any means
Yeah.
necessary and gather what
So
data you can.
there's no really
Understood.
cool, fun speedrun tech when you shoot 'em up sections. Like I said, it's just memorize enemy spawns,
12H
kill them,
down.
move on.
All units activate manual mode and rely on visuals
Once we
to
actually get
engage.
started, though,
Already
there's a lot
engaged.
of
Free movement unlocked.
there's like a lot of tech. So
Origin
I'm gonna go
point of
over some of
long-range
it
lasers confirmed.
before we get started, so it's not as confusing. So first and foremost, we have kind of our
11
main
feet down.
way to combat this
Our
game is to use
HO229
damage
cancelers are
glitches.
ineffective.
So, for whatever reason, if you have a short sword in your heavy weapon slot,
Alert.
and then you
Enemy
do
unit sighted
a
ahead.
dodge and an attack,
Requesting
every
permission
single
to
tick
engage.
of
Permission granted.
that damage will be doing 5 times damage. So that's kind of like our main source of damage for the whole run,
Down.
because you're just dealing 5 times the damage per tick. Really pog. Then you also have taunting. So taunting is a mechanic that usually gets introduced casually later on in like
1 down. Assuming Captain
during like C when you get access to A2, but you can actually just do it right off the bat. So when you do this A2, you're supposed to like hold down light attack and you like charge up this attack and taunt everyone around you.
multiple surrounding enemy air units
The way
confirmed.
that we do it,
Requesting
we just
permission
mash
to assume
flashlight,
Mobile configuration.
Permission granted.
and mashing flashlight will do the same taunt effect, where by default it'll make it so that enemies take and give 150% damage. So as soon as we get control of our character, we're doing what, 5 times 150%. So we're just doing a lot of damage.
I think
Color adjustments, yeah. So
4B down.
yeah, so I have something called Blue Mod
2B
going.
to operator 6-0.
It's basically like
All
a
allied units down.
color
The
blindness
operation
mod
is
that we have going on.
Awaiting further orders.
I'm
Operator to
really
2B.
colorblind,
We need
so
you to rendezvous with Unit 9S
later in the
and
game you'll need to
gathering
like
data on the local
pick
terrain.
up some yellow
Understood.
drops in green grass, and they're pretty impossible to see. So for me personally, I have that yellow texture replaced with blue, and that has some unintended side effects with like pod fire and lasers, and anything that would be that same yellow shader is now replaced with blue. Pretty cool. But let's see. So combat, yeah. So damage glitching is our biggest thing, and taunting. Something, if you've ever seen this game before, there's a saying we all say that are walls are recommendations. the walls in this game are paper thin, which is really cool. So this game has a ton of out of bounds, unlike the Replicant remake, where they learn their lessons and, oh, maybe we should not make it so you can clip out of bounds everywhere.
Alert. Large enemy group detected.
Yes, I'm aware.
2B
of
doesn't have a
that.
face, don't worry, it's fine. So yep, like I said, a little bit of graphic mods. But you basically see the basics of combat here. It's throw DG at an enemy, taunt a bunch, destroy your hands. It is a good video game. I would recommend.
Is that our target?
So the exception to being taunted are some of these like special unit enemies, I think they're called.
You don't
The way I like to think of it, they don't have faces. If an enemy doesn't have a face, it can't be taunted. So we'll make use of some buffs, and we'll also do, if we get lucky, we're gonna do our first dialogue cancel. So you can pat your pat on the head, tell them they did a really good job, and it will cut off any active dialogue. Shaves down a couple seconds.
No,
And we're already out of bounds. This game is really broken, and it's great. So, during prologue, our main form of movement is just going to be chaining dashes. Sprinting is slow,
so open.
so we dash, and then as soon as the sprint would start, we just cancel that and start another dash. There'll be a couple different forms of movement, but for prologue, this is what we start with. All right. It's right here. It's bridge skip. It's the only real trick in the game that uses the large sword. Because as soon as we get out of prologue, we'll lose our large sword for the rest of the run. So it's good that we have it for just that. And just immediately go out of bounds again. Zoop along. If you've seen any 80% runs, prologue really doesn't change at all from
I know.
any percent versus E. There'll be like a couple deviations. There'll be like 1 or 2 deviations early on, but most of the stuff happens after we get to the forest. If you have any questions at any point in chat, feel free
but
to
couldn't find anything resembling our target.
say something, and
Maybe they,
I'll
I don't know, moved it somewhere?
I'll do my best. Unfortunately, I am one of the oldest runners of this game, so I might not know
There should
everything,
be
but
another
I
facility
do have a
across that
lot of
bridge.
useless
It's a bit of
knowledge.
a hike, but should we check it out? It's not like Command to get a location wrong. I guess even they get bad intel from time to time, huh?
Let's see.
I wouldn't bet on that.
Alert. High-power jamming detected. No response from long-range communications.
Doesn't matter. I'll just take him out.
Favorite kind of knowledge is useless knowledge, hell yeah. One of these early on sections are, I like to refer to a lot of things in this game as not technically auto-scrollers. What I mean by that is that there's no real way for you to gain time. There's only ways for you to lose time. That's a lot of these different parts of the game, including right here we have our boy Marks, or Engels. We have our boy Engels. So Engels has 6 attacks. Yeah, 6, 8, something like that. I think it's 8. Engels has 8 attacks. There we go. So 2 ranged ball attacks, a ranged missile attack, this clap attack, and then 2 punch attacks. So this is one of the punch attacks, which is good. We're going to be taking advantage of slow-mo, which I haven't talked about yet, to basically make it so that whenever there's a cutscene and a transition, we want to be having one of these punch attacks. Reason for that, these punch attacks are really slow. After the cutscene, Engels is going to pick an attack, do it, and then move on. So, yeah, just don't want to pull 1 out of 7.
What's your status?
Yeah,
This is
so
the top.
we got a missile
I'm going
attack,
to
which
destroy.
just means we do not lose 25
right.
seconds,
I'll
which is
provide
great.
support.
I'd say for like these for these longer categories, you usually don't care about stuff like that because there's a lot of RNG points, but for any percent, I would reset. That happened to me. Any percent being like an hour 20-ish versus if you're really good, he is like 3.5 hours. Are there any hard tricks from the early days that are completely obsoleted? So there's a lot of tricks that were modified from the early days, and there's a lot of routing that's completely obsolete. So kind of 2 examples of that. There's this one trick we have called copied city clip, where back in the old days we wouldn't get the spear, so we'll get the spear later on, which is really, really good for clips. Makes them a lot easier. So a lot of like
9S black box signal
sword-based
detected.
clips
No response
just
to-
don't exist anymore because spear just does them better. And then as far as routing, like we completely changed the weapons we get. Like the second oldest version, or the second most recent, I guess, route was using a weapon called Ancient Overlord, which is like a weapon vendor we could buy, but nowadays we stick with Virtuous Contract, our starter sword, the whole way through the run. So I guess I can kind of get into different categories. So most popular category right now is 80% BC3 mod. So talking about speedrunning mods, BC3 mod is basically an RNG fix mod, is what I like to call it.
It talks?
80% kind of
I didn't know
relies
the
on
machines had that kind of
2 big
intelligence.
things. It relies on material drop RNG in order to upgrade your sword later, and it relies on getting a enemy drop or an attack chip. So combined, I think it's supposed to be like 8%.
Use your paws. Should be able to.
I think it's like 8% to get both of them in a run. It's just like really, really low percent chance of happening. So we have a mod that just makes it so you always get those drops. It's really cool. Besides that, you have just vanilla any percent, which is more or less, it's kind of what we're doing, because we don't, there is no category for all endings BC3 mod or any of the longer categories of BC3 mod.
These is control system.
Affirmative. Infiltrating enemy subunit.
Yeah, then there's like Hundo, which is 100%, which is the other long category I run. Just all endings period. since this game does have an ending for every letter of the alphabet, it's just that a lot of them are meme joke endings. Like, if we were to have died during this prologue, you'd get ending W. But yeah. So we're done with prologue. We've now upgraded our movement from dash chaining, where we just dash a bunch. Now we get to dash punch. Is we dash a bunch, but instead of interrupting a dash with another dash, we interrupt a dash with a punch. Wow, it's crazy. When the ending's just pulling out your chip. Yep, exactly. Lots and lots of meme endings.
50.
So yeah, prologue's done. Loggers, thank goodness. Okay, that was weird.
All right.
Comes a bunch of mashing.
I could.
One of the cooler things about this game is cooler, kind of.
Morning.
There's a lot of parts in the game where what you happen in A ending is mirrored in B ending. One of those things is like that settings menu is like directly recorded more or less. So for as slow as I went in that first menu, it'll be even slower when you go through it in B.
Stop.
All right, so here we're gonna do some partner dialogue canceling. So we can cancel dialogue with pod pats when it's already going on, and if you open up a menu with your companion and then walk into a dialogue trigger, it will just not play the dialogue trigger. So that's what we did right there. Normally the game wants you to be like, wow, this is where you're supposed to save and do all that stuff, but
That means we'll be getting flight
just talk
units,
to
huh? Better head
9S,
for the
who
hangar.
is cute,
Usually we can't get near flight
and
units. They're way too
yeah,
expensive for us
keep
grunts.
moving.
Too bad they can't mass produce these things yet.
Besides that, we pick up that chest, which is just used for money. 'Cause the biggest difference between this category and any percent is our chips. So
Hey, 2B, why do you think they sent a
talked about
combat
taunt,
model like you to a
talked
recon
about
job? And all they want is
how
intel.
any
We
percent
scanner
relies on
models are
a
built
taunt
for
chip.
that kind
So
of thing. Orders
20%
from
relies on a
Alright,
taunt plus
alright.
2 chip. In this run, we're going to be getting a taunt plus 6 chip. So
2B,
Um,
you're going to have some new weaponry
from the base
installed from here on out. I'll put up
150%
instructions for you.
damage given and
Make sure to
taken
commit them
to
to
like,
Roger.
I think it's like 300 or something. So this run gets really, really scary, which is the reason why it's cool. Since as early as A ending, if you don't have any defensive buffs on, you'll get one shot. And part of the way through B ending, even if you do have defensive buffs on, you'll still get one shot. So it's a very, very high risk, spooky run that we kind of have to do just because of how underleveled we are.
I've set a landing point for your flight units. You'll be touching down
And
quite
I'm
a
gonna eat
ways
a
from the
cracker
resistance camp,
because
unfortunately.
I'm hungry.
Sorry for the trouble, but we can't risk the enemy discovering their position. Understood. Good luck down there.
Right. So really, really small bit of tech we do. So anytime
Target location
anytime the game
acquired.
is going to play
Marking on
a
map.
cutscene,
Proposal. Proceed to target location.
for the most part, it's like discovery cutscenes is what we call them. Basically, like the first time you go into any area, the game will play this like nice cinematic thing, just like overviewing
According
the
to our
area.
intel, none of the machines in this area are
If
hostile.
you simply
We've been
walk
seeing
into
more
those
and more enemies
cutscenes,
like this lately.
you'll
They just
basically
stand there and stare
you'll have
into
to like
space.
do a 5-second walking
pretty weird.
animation, and then the cutscenes will play. So whenever there are discovery cutscenes, we make sure we do attacks into them so that it'll just automatically go to the cutscene. Yeah, 9S has been replaced because we don't like 9S here. At least I don't like 9S.
Target location data obtained.
So
Marking on map.
we're here with the are only mandatory side quests. So like, I guess I'll kind of touch a little bit on the lore of the game, but we're basically a military android, and during the prologue, we were given a mission by our commander. It's like, hey, we detected like a really big enemy, go kill it. So we go kill it, but we basically have to self-destruct and blow ourselves up.
For your regularly scheduled contact.
This is 2B. Nothing to report.
Where you then figure out that
Say, how's the weather
your
on Earth
brain,
today?
or like
Good?
the android
It's fine.
brains, are basically
Does that
like
question have anything to do with
held
our
on
operation?
servers
Not
at their
really.
military
I
base
just figured it
on a
might be nice
satellite.
to have some good weather.
That should be
Uh,
enough.
Yeah.
Let's get these back
And
to
after
the
you blow up
shredder.
those guys, they're like, okay, that's
Plant life is
great.
claiming most of the
Go
central
help
area.
out
Big plants too.
this resistance we're helping out, basically. Since machines or robots have kind of taken over the center of the Earth,
Boars and such.
and there's like the military that we're a part of, and then there's like an actual smaller resistance group. So we got told to go help them out, and that's what we're doing. We show up and we're like, hey, how can we help you guys? They're like, oh yeah, just go,
That's everything the supply trader asked for.
I don't know, go find some supplies for us.
Man, these chores are a real pain in the butt, huh?
The resistance
I'll
is
touch
a
on the
valuable
lore at a
ally
couple
to your
points,
house.
but,
by helping them, we also help ourselves.
Early on, there isn't
So
really a
no,
lot to the lore.
I don't think they're a pain.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of mashing. All right, cool. So now we get access to a new form of movement. We went from dash chaining to dash punching, and now we're gonna do some dash swinging. On the chain of things. This now means that whenever we move, we swing our sword at the end of dashes.
042 to operator.
This is like
Coordinates
the...
confirmed for location specified
This used to
by
be the main
resistance
form of
leader.
movement.
Understood, 042. Placing marker on
but
target. The desert
I wouldn't say
heat is going to
recently,
make
like 2 or 3 years
resupply
ago,
efforts
we started
difficult.
getting
Please make sure
spear,
you're ready
and
before you go.
the last form of movement, it's gonna be spear dashing. Wow, that's crazy. Yo, what's up with me? Oh, self-destruct, you're right, I should talk about self-destructing. Or just animation canceling in general. So, yeah, this game has animation cancels, which is really pog, and is what makes the game feel so good. There's kind of a priority system to things and like movement in general, especially like aerial movement. So, the general rule of aerial movement is you can do a light before a heavy. You get 1 midair jump, 1 midair dash. Yeah. You do my buys real fast. Yeah, and you can use SD to basically get you out of any animation.
Data obtained from bunker.
It
Data may
is
be displayed from the
omega
system
useful.
menu.
Map data, huh? It's hard to get an accurate picture from this.
It's like for right there when
Our satellite resolution isn't so high.
so if I'm using it
Hopefully
in the
we deploy some new
air,
satellites
if you
soon.
can
A general idea
you can
is good
add
enough.
on SD to things. So you
You
get
don't let anything
a
get
jump,
in your way, do you?
a jump, and an SD, more or less. So you get way more vertical height than the game intends you to have. There's a lot of other uses for SD, but that's the most important one right now.
Who opens a sealed gate with explosives? There's gotta be an easier way, right?
What should I talk about? Okay, so the buys we just did. So we picked up like the most probably the most useful chip. We picked up resilience.
Sand sure
So
is slippery.
what resilience allows us to do is it basically makes it so we don't get staggered by getting hit. Typically, if you get hit, you get staggered, which, you know, like if you're about to throw an attack, it'll knock you out of your animation. You'll have to do it all again. Resilience makes it so that as long as we're above, I think it's 60% HP, we won't get staggered. So really, really, really useful.
Careful.
Outside that, we
We've
just
got
got like
enemies approaching.
some normal buffs and some stuff to allow us to ride animals. Scariest thing, these 23 recoveries we have, these are all we get for the next, not quite 2 hours, but for the next like hour 45 minutes or something. Those are the only heals we get. Since money is so tight from us having to do buys later on, we get very, very little heals.
It's heading for that rocky area.
Individual target ID marked.
So coming up here in a second will kind of be the quintessential vertical combo for getting height, which is a lift, which is basically
What's
like jump
that?
in heavy at the same time.
It is the ruin of a former human residential area. Large numbers of humans resided
Well, I'm
in
not gonna
such
think about it. I'm just
concrete
gonna do
and
it.
metal shelters.
You're just gonna look
The
at it and be like,
structures were
"Wow,
referred to by
pretty
names
cool."
such as
I don't want to.
apartment
I don't want to try to think about while I'm doing it.
Report. Mail notification received from access point.
Okay, that was a little weird. Yeah, like lifts, heavy, jump, heavy, SD, heavy, and then plunge or something like that. And of course we get out of bounds again, because why not? It's so much fun. So for as broken as the game is, okay. Alright, that's unfortunate. That's fine. For as, like, for as broken as the game kind of is, they've done a really good job with... They've done a good job with, like, putting triggers. So the triggers are still mostly pretty good. So a lot of times we have to do kind of wonky movement to get where we need to be. Alright, so right there, first menu, we can now graduate from our first form of combat. So, first form being DGs, is now we can do DDGs. So instead of a damage glitch, we can do a double damage glitch. All this basically means is that with 2B, you're allowed to have 2 swords out at the same time. So we can throw 1 damage glitch, change weapon sets, and then throw out the other damage glitch. Like this is combat for the rest of the game as 2B. Unfortunately, we did not. We saw the flyer dudes we killed in the desert. We checked to see if we get taunt. We did not get taunt. It's not that big of a deal. Helps for like 2 fights. And then we do a bunch of farming, because that's like our main material farming. And here's a stupid naked man, as we like to call him.
Droids, why fight?
Alright, and you go, buddy. Thank you. A little bit of a meanie, but that's okay. Game doesn't have an inbounds. Yeah. Alright, Alright. Dang, he was really mean this time. So Adams sucks. Anytime he puts up one of those shields, you just can't attack him. It's like complete invulnerability. So we do our best to like bait him to do the ranged invulnerability, and then we just kill him instantly with melee. But because we don't have taunts yet, it's just a little bit slower. That's fine. So coming up, we have the newest trick that I've learned. So this is a trick called
Looks like we're
boxless.
safe now.
It's really, really
What the
jank.
hell just happened?
so we'll see if we get it.
I've never
But
seen a machine like that before.
up here,
We better
typically what we
report this
do
to
is there's a box we push part of the way, and then we use it to
Let's
flip
move
out of
to an area
bounds,
with better
but
reception so we
instead you can
contact
just
command.
flip out of bounds. Forehead. Alright, just like that. Poggers. So, that trick sucks. There's like sand directly underneath you that you can't touch, or else it'll eat your aerial. It'll eat like all your aerial momentum, or what you would call it. And you're doing it completely blind. So you just have to memorize a series of aerial inputs and do it and hope it works. And it worked. So that's cool. That's like the first. So that chest we got was also the first big route difference between 80% and
Maybe
this
we should
category.
find Roger.
E. Gonna touch on that later on during B. We're basically going to be redoing
Roger.
I also have
redoing
an
sections of the game that we've already
incoming
played.
message from the commander.
That includes
Initiating
the
playback.
fetch quests. So
2B,
that chest
9F. We've
combined
lost
with
contact
a
with
buy we'll do
several
later
Nova
will make
units
it so
were on
that
their
we
way
can
to the
just
surface.
completely skip one of
Their
those fetch
black boxes
quests.
are online, so we presume they're still alive.
Yeah, I play on PC.
This
This is why there's
so I need
mods.
all your units on the surface to head over and investigate.
You can do everything on console as well.
End transmission.
The biggest thing is going to be
I heard something about that back at the
the load
resistance camp.
speeds are really bad.
Target location confirmed. I'm worried about the other androids. We should probably check this out, as it looks like our surface route's been cut off.
I guess it's the one other
Maybe
thing I
we
should
can get
say.
through from underground.
I'll just take it safe. So specifically for E, this is the only game, the only version, the only category. There we go, I got there. This is the only category that has to be played on version 1.01 of Nier. So there's like version 1.0, which is, I think, like the PS4 demo version that only has prologue.
What are
There's
those?
1.01, which is release, basically, and then there's 1.02, which,
What the?
Wow, this is
like,
weird.
a Game of the Year edition came out on Microsoft Store that had a lot of quality of life improvements. And for all the other categories, we play on that 1.02 version. But for this category specifically, we have to play on 1.01 because, as broken as I'm making this game seem, as I go out of bounds yet again, there is one glitch they decided to patch that is exclusive to E. I'm gonna go for this real fast. Okay.
Do you really think it's a good idea to leave that tank
I
behind?
think I
If they
might
aren't
be
hostile,
screwed here.
fighting them is a waste of time.
Never messed up like that before, so that's fun. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm gonna do this just in case. What glitch they patch? Yeah, I'll get to it in a second. This glitch is on a, or we're technically doing an auto scroller right now. We just broke out of the auto scroller, so I need to get to this spear before I run out of time. All right, so as long as I didn't completely break everything, this should work. The glitch they patch is called Early Tower. Basically later in the game,
Multiple.
you'll have to go to 3 different locations to get keys to open the tower. For whatever reason, the way it works in 1.01 is you get one of those keys, and you can just use that one key 3 times. So that's the one glitch that got patched out.
What the
It
hell?
saves
Our records don't
a lot of time.
think about a machine like
Um,
this.
So because of that one glitch, we have to play on 1.01 for this run. Which really sucks. Because 1.01, like, it just doesn't run as well. It eats a lot more inputs, has a lot more frame drops. Cutscenes pause slower, and cutscenes are 30 FPS. So lots of bad quality of life things. Yeah.
It's trying to hack us. If we take hacking damage, it'll affect our bodies
Just did
as
coaster
well.
step. The really short way to put things is we tricked the game to think we're on this roller coaster that's an auto scroller when we're not. We go get the spear in the
Are we
meantime.
seriously being attacked with dead androids?
Fog.
Wait, I don't think... 2B! I'm detecting black box signals. They aren't dead. They've been turned into weapons.
All right, this ends now.
Not get hacked.
I've almost analyzed the enemy's hacking pattern. I'm going to try to hack it back. Keep it busy.
Is E? Is it just E or all endings? It's only E. I haven't run all endings, but I'm pretty sure. So the reason we don't do hundo is just do the routing. Like, we have to do a lot of side quests. And like just doing everything. I don't want to say as intended, but it's just faster with the routing to do it on 1.02, which is a-okay with me.
Thanks for the assist.
Oh, scanners are... I've got your... I think...
Ooh, I missed that. That's unlucky.
So,
So there's a little bit out of bounds right there you
that
can
machine
do.
had some pretty weird things to say,
If you
huh?
like spear
almost
while the
like it
door is
had
closing, it
actual
can push you out of
emotion. The
bounds,
machines
and you
don't
can
have
skip this little
feelings.
spot where you have
You
to
said
walk.
that
But
yourself.
it's all good.
Yeah, I guess.
Easier to get the keys along the way. It's more like we need data. So like, Hundo is like, it's like all enemies, all fish, all pods, all pod upgrades, all weapon upgrades, all weapons, etc. So, and like the places we would normally skip, there's always going to be stuff that's required for hundo, whether that be like unit data or weapons or other stuff. So, I'm not even sure if it'd be faster to like bum rush to beat the game so you can unlock chapter select and then do it, or just do it as we do. I'm
Well, there are a few
I'm not the
theories
smartest
about that,
runner,
but no one knows for sure. Hard to tell what an
so I let
alien
other
is
people do the
thinking.
routing and stuff, and I just followed them. So, what we're doing right now, this is spear dashing. This is our
Looks like they
fastest way to
really don't wanna
move.
fight.
It's a little unfortunate because of how harsh it looks. But basically what we do is we start a light attack, and then we go into a heavy attack, and then we'll be refreshing that heavy attack with SDs, which loops the same animation. And the spear heavy animation is, or I guess the spear light heavy, this animation, it makes you go zoom. So it's good.
We can get into the city ruins if we move that box.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Operator 60 to 2B. Time for your regularly scheduled cut.
They might fight over this. I hope they don't. Okay, good.
2B here. What's wrong?
Oh. There's this operator I kind of liked, but when I
Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum.
asked her out,
Okay, so let's
she turned
see.
me down.
This is
Honestly,
the most
2B,
memorable dialogue in the whole game.
I don't know how I'm supposed to go on
But
living.
I'm gonna do it.
definitely not
I'm
the
not gonna
person
do the
to
normal
discuss this with.
marathon gimmick. I'm not gonna do it. I'm solo casting. It's
I
fine.
can stand spending one more day in this
So we're gonna
bunker.
do a death warp here.
You leaving would be bad for me. It would affect. Mission
The
efficiency.
way that dying typically works is you lose all your active chips and you get reset to your most recent save point. However, kind of tying back to something kind of like the key thing, this doesn't apply to key items. So,
He just started
yeah,
transmitting to us
key
directly.
items. So what we just got right here, we went to Pascal's village. Pascal said like, hey, go give this to this person, to the Risson's people. Risson's person was like, oh yeah, go give this back to them. So because we get that key item, we can just death warp and immediately come back here and continue on, which is pretty nice.
Fair.
What's that noise? A Goliath? This was a trap. I knew it.
Let's see.
I promise you, we were not aware of this information. I realize the odds of you believing me are strikingly low, but I hope you will nonetheless.
Yeah, this is our
Well, so
first
do
little
we.
bit of kind of
Command is
downtime where we don't have to
deploying
talk.
new flight
This game
units
is a
for us.
lot of
They
stuff.
just set the coordinates, so let's get going.
This game is a lot of stuff for sure. So during this time, basically what happens, we hear a big rumbling noise, and it's like, oh my goodness, there's 2 of those big machines that we killed. Oh
Probably
no,
shouldn't get
what
near
are we
that
supposed to
guy's
do?
feet. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's find
In the
another
meantime, we make 2 detours. One is going to be to grab that save point for later, and the other one is going to be to grab some drops. The biggest thing I have to care about in this run is just money.
The flight
We
units should
need
be
to
on
make
the
sure we
rooftop
have
building
like
up ahead.
at
It'll be
least
dangerous, but we're not going
like
anywhere unless we
70k
pass
or
through
something
that
like that
Alliance
to be able to
lens.
do
We should
all
be
the
careful.
drops to be able to buy all the stuff we need to buy. So we take a slight detour to pull out to get more money. I'm not going to try to think about how much it is. We kind of continue on the normal 80% route. Upcoming though is EDS, which is one of the newer and one of the cooler tricks in the run, IMO. So EDS stands for Extended Dialogue Storage. Basically, we're gonna pull an Ocarina of Time, or not Ocarina of Time. We're gonna pull a Wind Waker. There we go. That's the right Legend of Zelda game I was looking for. We're gonna pull a Wind Waker, and we're gonna get
Make sure to approach at low
storage.
altitude.
For us, we're gonna store some dialogue. Then we're going to go and walk into a fight, cutscene in a fight. So when this happens, the cutscene will play out, and when it gets to the fight, instead of doing the fight, it will advance the dialogue, and then the fight will just be completely skipped. It's pretty neat. The thing that makes it kind of a pain is we have to make sure that we don't advance. We have to make sure we don't advance the dialogue a lot. So this is kind of a PC exclusive trick. Not really. You could find your way around it, but for me personally, like X is my jump button, which is pretty common. But X is also a button that advances dialogue. So instead of using X to jump and get to the cutscene spot, I have to use my keyboard. Press space to jump.
We can end this long and
It seems to be underground. Like way underground.
So we also just got a glitch called Skype glitch. If you've been listening, whenever somebody calls us up,
You're not much for
you'll hear
plans,
this
are you,
bring
2B?
bring, just being like, "Yo, somebody's calling you." But when we cut off that dialogue, people won't call us anymore. They'll just immediately start talking to us. They're not gonna wait for us to pick up the phone. So that's neat. And this is the guy we're gonna get our storage off of. So, kill him while dialogue's open. Advance the dialogue once. We can move. Now we can move all the way. Come over here. Flip out of bounds. Get a trigger. And then we're gonna take this and run into this cutscene slash fight with it. It's kind of funny. In the old days, what we would do is we would skip this cutscene, and then we would let the fight play out. So, especially because like we can use that time during the fight to level up and get drop materials and stuff.
Look.
But nowadays with storage, it's actually faster overall to watch the cutscene and then have the fight get skipped, which is kind of a fun evolution of the run.
To the graveyard of our creators.
They're deluxe. Hey yo, thanks gamer. Hopefully I can teach why this run's so nutty.
Back this way again? What a pain.
Stop complaining.
Yeah.
2B, this is Operator
All right.
Cisco. We now have an operational transporter in the city ruins. We're attempting to deploy them at other points as well.
About time we had access to those.
Care to fill me in?
So thankfully, this is a pretty important fight for two reasons. Or City Angles is a pretty important fight for two reasons. One is it blows up that area and it blows up that area. So now we have access to like this whole underground spot. In a lot of other categories, like if you're fishing or something, you play any percent until you get to here, or you play any percent until you get to there, and then you can go catch all the rest of your fish. The reason finishing negotiations is important is now we can now fast travel. So yeah, we fast traveled all the way up to the moon, or up to the bunker, is like our military command unit, and yeah.
Why don't we rest a little bit, 2B? It's been a while.
I'll rest if I feel like it.
Top the stairs, we do another little dialogue cancel, or dialogue skip, whatever you want to call it. And now we're going to go do my least favorite fight in A. I'll say my least favorite fight in A. I won't say it's the worst period, because I was getting punished pretty hard during practice by somebody else.
We pass us. Where?
All right, so this is gonna be where we see if we get lucky or not. Silver part. No, we did not get lucky. Unfortunate. All right, so sell this and then this. All right, money's kind of tight, but it's fine. Yeah, so this is in actual vanilla. This is one of the big resets for the other big reset point for the run, I guess. So it's where we check to see if we can upgrade our sword again. You get the materials automatically to upgrade it from level 1 to level 2 after doing all the fetch quests at the beginning. And right there is where we usually check to see if we can upgrade it from level 2 to 3. Those just being random material drops that happen during like that desert pit fight, more or less. So we didn't get lucky, but we'll check again during B. Upgrading from 2 to 3 is like a little bit more damage, but most importantly, it gives us more attack speed, which just gives us better movement. Yeah. In this, can I menu properly? Oh. Another dialogue cancel. Yeah, so the reason,
Who the heck is the forest king?
You're getting distracted.
Well, what do you expect?
The reason I hate
I'm gonna
this
check
next
this
boss
guy.
so much in
He's
A
just running
is
away.
it's kind of backwards. This fight sucks in general, but specifically in this category, kind of notice like we don't have any real chips. We just have our one chip that lets us not get staggered.
Just ahead.
That's really all we have. Typically in any percent we'll have taunt and or BC3, which makes it so the next boss just takes a lot of damage. So the reason A2 sucks is she likes to run away a lot unless she gets staggered. I just find it really hard to stagger her without any attack.
I'm aware of how
Yeah,
to
any
fight.
additional attack.
You
I'll just say
be
that.
careful.
I will too, B.
Yo, what's up, Bubs? Yeah.
What is with these guys?
Don't listen to what they're saying.
Bubs is
2B.
cool and has done some blindfolded near runs. I don't know how. It's too insane for
How are
me.
we supposed to reach that castle?
Okay, that was weird. Alright. A little bit weird way to do that, but that's okay. So we're just making our way to the forest, or to A2 now, yeah. This section of the game's really cool. It's a lot of ridiculous out of bounds. I think that might be my favorite out of bounds. Not because it's hard or anything, but just because I think it's so funny that the wall there is like so bad that you don't have to do anything special. You just keep doing your normal spear dashing movement, and the wall is just like, all right, go ahead. Oh, that was weird.
We will protect the king with our very lives. Don't give them a single inch. All hail the king.
All right.
This is our beloved nation.
So this is A2.
2B. That's
She sucks.
an android. A Yorha-type android.
Alert.
I'm sorry I've let you all
This unit is
down. I do
currently
not have
haunted
an
by your
A2 mod on.
Annihilation
I should, but I
recommended.
don't.
Annihilation?
Apologize.
But why?
Let's go, 9S.
2B?
Bunker to 2B
Alright,
and
says
9N.
run away once.
We've picked up a signal from the black box of a fugitive known as A2. What you see in front of you is your enemy.
But she's...
She deserted us.
Can I
She's
move,
destroyed
please?
multiple pursuit androids. Now kill her before she kills you.
Worse than 9S. The way she's acting right now, yes. Yeah, that's basically what I mentioned. It's
Let's
really
go
hard to
after her,
have
2B.
good spacing on her to make sure she gets hit by DGs. So more or less, you're just hoping that she gets staggered and then she like goes back into them, which didn't happen. But that's okay. So here, this is where I need everyone to pray to RNG. This is the biggest RNG in like the run. I keep mentioning how we're gonna buy some chips, right? So we're gonna buy specifically, we want some +6 chips, which is like
It'll be
the
fast.
strongest, the most powerful chips you can buy. To get them though, we have to rely on Emil, which is our beautiful baby boy that we rescued earlier. We have to rely on Emil to be nice. So Emil has 3 routes that he can go in. Has 3 routes, yeah, that's the best way to put it.
9S.
So
Why
what
did
we
you
need
ask
from
Pascal
Emil
about A2?
is we need Emil to go to on
not
one
recommended to
specific route
interface
and then
with
to have
machines
one
without
specific
consulting
shop.
command.
So
Yeah,
it's like
I know.
a 16.5% chance for a meal to be the correct shop we need.
Thanks.
I do like,
Still, machines are the enemy. Don't forget it.
yeah, enough said. I like to pride myself on having the absolute worst Emil luck out of any runner ever. We do a lot of spreadsheeting for like splits and stuff to figure out ways to like figure out where to practice and where to improve. Oh my goodness, can I please just talk to him? And yeah, I have the worst RNG, so we'll see how this goes. So that's a little bit of my safety. The route I like to do for this run is I get a taunt +6 and a taunt +3 chip. The very last boss in the game has like a shield, an electric shield, and if you don't have a buff to neutralize that on, you'll just get one shot just by being next to them. The enemy's taunted. So I like to switch to taunt +3 instead of taunt +6, just for that one fight, so I don't get absolutely destroyed. So we didn't get a meal first try, but there's a really good out of bounds right here, where we can just look at our minimap, wait to see a meal on the left side, and then smile, and hope it's the right shop. So we're voiding out, and anytime you void out, it resets. I don't want to say like all entities, but it resets everything on the map. We use it a couple different times in the run for different things, but for right now, every time we do this, it re-rolls the RNG for a meal. So like this is the right side. We'll see if we get the right shop or not. We did not. But yeah, that's all this is right now. After this, we get to go do like a 11-minute auto-scroller. Which I guess I should mention. Upcoming, we have Grun. Grun is like an 11-minute auto-scroller. There are multiple speedrun bounties out that we have, or glitch hunting bounties. That's probably the word I'm looking for. Out for finding a way to skip the auto-scroller in an applicable way during an 80% run. If you're an aspiring glitch hunter and you can find a way to do that, there is like at least $2 grand worth of glitch hunting bounties up for grabs for you. Until then, I'm gonna eat a cracker.
What? Yeah.
I'm gonna gold this by like a minute. Maybe I won't be the absolute worst anymore. Damn. Unlucky. Okay. So we put on top +6 on this one, and then on this next one, we want to put on resilience and a row. There we go.
Oh, it's the stand of honey.
That was Pog. 2B, please. Mark. Yo, Isom, aren't you supposed to be a sleep gamer? Alright, I golded by like 20 seconds. Not that big of a deal. But maybe it'll still be enough for me not to be the all-time worst. Nothing like golding during a marathon.
Let's take him out already so I can be home in time for dinner and a bath.
Androids don't need to bathe. As long as you perform regular cleaning and maintenance, bathing is unnecessary.
Yeah, but come on, 2B. It still feels good.
I didn't taunt you, did I? I kind of forgot to do that somehow. Oh, well, it's fine.
I think that's the last of the machines.
Hop in RLAT VC? Oh, I'd have to configure it, but also that does sound like a good idea, because my voice already sounds like it's starting to go. Alright, so we're in Grun. Wow, amazing. It's a long auto-scroller. The two things I did, so I swapped from my first equip set, which had taunt, to a set that has ranged attack ups. Since the rest of this is going to be in this like shmup section, we're not going to be able to taunt anything. So yeah, it's faster. Smile. May, let me know if Isom hops in VC and if I have to change any of my stuff, because co-commentator sounds really fucking great. It's you. Oh, it's you? Pog. Alright.
Attention,
Yeah, I don't
Carrier
have
Blue Ridge
anything
2.
set up.
Requesting support from any friendly units in range.
Alright. I'll get to
Come under heavy
it
fire from the enemy.
after...
Our escort ship has taken damage and is unable to engage. We're currently resisting with all remaining support fighters, but we can't hold them off for long. I repeat, this is Carrier
So yeah,
Blue
this
Ridge
is
2.
the unfortunate thing
We
about
need
this run.
immediate backup from any
I mean,
available
depending on how you
Android
look at it,
forces.
the unfortunate thing about this run is it's you don't get any breaks. You get like a 15-second break in all of the run, all of the 4-hour run. This run is like the most relaxed section, but obviously it's not chill enough that you can get up and walk around or take a pee or do anything. So it's good that the run is so high octane all the time, but it also kind of sucks the run is so high octane all the
Picking
time.
up a large-scale
Especially because
enemy
like the
inbound.
other
Looks to be 2.8 clicks southwest of us.
long category I run is Hundo, where in Hundo you have fishing, which means you have a ton of downtime to just vibe. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Alright, I'll do this now.
Enemy aerial unit destroyed. Reverting back to area reconnaissance.
Wait, I'm still picking up a large
Hello.
enemy presence.
Let me
Didn't I
add a
kill
thing.
that already?
What on? If it's that big, we should be able to see
You're
it.
not gonna have it. Push the wrong thing. Yeah, okay. Say something now.
Well, that's new.
Testing.
Yeah, I think they have audio now.
You have audio.
You can tell me if there is or not on stream, but I think there should be.
Alright, sounds like we're all good.
that a
You might want to
machine?
bump Isom up just a little bit,
Alright.
but it should be good.
I will get to it when I can smile.
You can just turn on the input and talk a little louder.
So I am here, but I'm probably gonna be deaf on like half the time.
Yeah, all
I got
good.
moved over to Q, so
Crap.
I'm gonna
It's
eat.
blocking close
You wanna give
range
us some
attacks
grunt
with EMP
facts?
blasts. We've got to find another way to damage.
Isom, you wanna give us some grunt facts? I'm working.
I
2B.
do not know
Command,
I'm working
detecting
very
one
hard right
satellite
now.
laser strike on your target, but the enemy's electromagnetic camouflage is making it impossible to aim.
There's a full
We need you to
person
find
that
the emitter and take it out.
wants me to.
Is that all? I know,
Why is that
but
when I
it's
look up
the only
green
way.
facts online? I get grub facts. That's great. I'm going to Grubhub, guys.
Our club had something to do.
It's just that apparently Google thinks that I am saying grub instead of brew. And that's this room was apparently an Austrian poet. There was a thing which I think it was Polist created a bondage chat
Enemy
in
data
which you
obtained
could
from
type
command.
exclamation point green
Go ahead.
facts and it
The
would pull
only known
from
record
the
of this
Wikipedia
machine
page
life form
of
is a lone sighting
and
320
say
years ago.
one of his things
Upon
in
reaching
green
land,
facts.
the unit unleashed
My
a
hands are going
devastating
dead by the next
electromagnetic
run.
wave attack. All
I was like-
resistance fighters in the
So I was doing
vicinity were
practice today.
annihilated.
I think I was like
So basically,
6 hours deep in
if this thing
practice,
reaches land, we're screwed.
and
Affirmative.
then like somebody was like, "Yo, isn't your run in like 2 hours?" I was like, nah, it's in like 8. Like, you might want to double check that schedule. I was just like, oh boy.
Bumped you up while you weren't looking. Carl Nieren Grun was born in Liechtenstein, the Westphalian town in close control. I know that he did stuff with Marx, yeah, in Brussels. And, oh, you remember how the room fast work? Oh, right. I'm watching the. You got one of the cores down already?
Yeah, usually I would say the stranger on Discord, but this is Nier, so probably don't try that.
Electromagnetic
I just turned
interference
SM up a
eliminated.
lot.
Preparing for satellite laser strike.
Yeah, I'll volume test. Say some stuff, Ison. Have a conversation, maybe.
Hello,
Oh, come on!
my name is
It's got an
Ison. I
electromagnetic barrier over its whole
run
body.
stuff in this game, or at least I used to run a lot of different categories.
Having
Now
trouble
I
over
just
there?
find stuff from time
Are
to
you
time
Yorha?
and
Hunter Squadron deploying out of
contribute
North
to
12th
the
Defense
Discord
HQ.
by
I'm the commanding officer.
saying
4B.
things and hoping people
Don't
listen.
worry, we'll take it from here.
No, just kidding. I'm just an old runner that's played this game a fair amount.
2B.
Old
let's leave this
runners,
area to the
damn.
reinforcements. I have an idea. You and I should meet up at the spot I
I
just
am
marked.
an old boy.
Switch version, so you wouldn't make my run an extra 30 minutes early. Yeah. I went and took a shower and like
We've got mortars lining the shoreline here.
read
All the EMP
4
shields in
chapters
the
of new
world
manga
won't
and
help
was
against
like,
close-range
alright,
mortar
I guess I
fire.
need to start now.
And volumes are good.
I'm very hungry.
Sounds like
Dang,
you-
if only there was a
Also,
break at this category where you could just go and grab something.
Oh, I don't even have food at my. I don't have any food.
2B,
I was
let's
gonna.
try for a more direct approach.
I was gonna
That's right.
wake up at like 8 a.m. and then go get food and then have my run at like 10 a.m. But yeah, I have a roll of crackers. Some Ritz. Gonna be great.
This sounds pretty
That
decent
enormous
at least.
machine is an ancient weapon.
It's crackers!
It was designed to help annihilate the
I don't think I've had crackers
but
for a
it
while.
wound up going out of control.
Anyways, we're still in Grun, that's why the commentary here is not that
Yeah,
amazing.
this
We're
is-
going through,
The moment it
killing a
reached
lot of
land,
flyers
the
and
Berserk had begun
killing the
attacking
cores.
everything in
Yeah,
sight.
it's really
That's the
weird.
problem.
No one could figure out how to stop
Because
it.
like this is
They eventually
where we get a lot of
marooned the
XP
ocean.
is during
But
Grun.
it
We get
seems to be
3
searching
levels
for a
during
way
Grun.
back.
Which is like partially
Yeah.
because flyers are on level.
Hey, 2B,
Like
I think I have another idea.
flyers are
You keep that thing right where it is,
always
okay?
on level, I'm pretty sure.
Please, 2B. This is gonna work.
They are always on level. And
Yeah.
there are about 550 enemies in this section.
9S
That we
is
kill.
leaving the front line.
So we go from 12 to 15 during this like 11-minute auto scroller, which is
No,
a lot.
he has a plan. Just hold on.
Yep. And it's also a reason why we see in ending B there are these golden machines that show up for like a minute as we run past them.
2B, I'm going to see if we can
As they only spawn when you've killed 1,000 enemies.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Otherwise, they're just going to go
It's also the reason why you get faith. Both of those were confirmed to spawn when you kill 1,000 enemies.
Isn't Faith in one of the boxes though, like Soul Box or something?
Yeah, it's in Soul Box, which we never see.
It's only after 1,000 enemies though. Interesting. I learned something new today.
Which I wonder why they decided to block it there, because it will always show up since you have this auto-scroller twice, and just doing it twice is enough to get 1,000 enemies.
Yeah, I mean, people don't kill enemies. Still, that's very Drakengard. I like that. So in case y'all didn't know, so Nier Automata is a sequel to the video game Nier, which is a spin-off from the game Drakengard. Yeah, pretty wild how that works. Drakengard is like a medieval I wouldn't say it's high fantasy. It's like a medieval fantasy with magic and dragons and stuff, and Nier is not. So shoutouts to Yoko Taro.
I think Drakengard won a lot of the stuff for Nier came off of the final ending in it, which I won't spoil.
Yeah.
It was cool.
Just as far as like tying things to weapon kills is very Drakengard. So a good example is like in this game, right? You upgrade weapons just by having money and materials. In Drakengard, you upgraded your weapons by killing certain numbers of enemies. So I guess having something locked behind kills is kind of interesting.
I do not know where Voice of Cards slots into this, as I've never played Voice of Cards.
Voice of Cards is just non-canon. It's like a non-canon shoot-off, I think. Ask Mash.
Is it the same as FF14, or?
FF14 is canon, but it's weird, I think. Because it's like in a different universe. It's not in the Nier universe.
Got it.
But yeah, Mash, one of the moderators here would know better. Mash is one of the. I mean, I don't know anyone else who runs Voice of Cards. I know Mash does though. All right,
hey, we're out of Groon.
We're done with Groon. Yeah, poggers. So, game gets interesting again.
Well, at least somewhat interesting.
Yeah, we get to do
now that
stuff.
Groon is destroyed, 9S is gone.
Yeah, so one of the cutscenes there is 9F flying off. 9S flying off. There we go.
It's a new one.
Well, I mean, that should be his designation. He does feel like a failure at times.
9 failure. In my game, it stands for 9 femboy.
Yeah. Anyways, in here we grab a transporter, which we will use later in the game for 9S to come to Flooded, as it's a lot easier for him to just transport over to Flooded than it is to go out of bounds.
Good point. Ad for DraftKings.
Oh boy, I got an ad as well.
Yeah, going all the way back to we're talking about way earlier. Like this is one of the outdated skips where before we used to have to use like a really weird lineup where you line up 2B's feet with like a tech. You line up 2B's feet with a rock, and then you're like looking at a different texture on the wall, and you have to use that like really precise lineup to clip out of bounds of the sword. But with Spear, it's as easy as like me point rock here, me press Spear, go through wall. Good time.
Were you around before we started using Spear everywhere, Tsugoii?
Yeah.
This area is composed of crystallized
yeah, so you know the pain.
Yeah.
What's with the corpses?
I'm used to doing like heavy hole deep factory for 9S room. Yeah.
God, you still do that?
No, I said I was here for that.
Interest in humanity,
Ah,
love.
I was gonna say, yeah, I have lost so many runs to heavy hold there.
Yeah.
The more human records I
So glad we have spare.
One of the other things that is unique to 1.01 is the cursor constantly is going to be in the middle of the screen at some points. So, so I have, I don't know who else does this, but I have my touchpad on my controller, I have mapped to space and W, so I can always hold directly straight. And whenever you have keyboard input, whenever you use a keyboard input, it'll put the cursor in the middle of the screen. It's a pain.
Just like here, we're going to cancel some dialogue by having a pod, and then we'll go straight into the fight with Adam.
Let us embrace
He loves to
death.
explain a lot of the lore that's going on right now. We don't care. We're speedrunners.
What am I doing? Oh, I forgot to swatch chips. That would make sense. I was like, why am I doing no damage?
Yeah.
I don't have time for you.
It would help when you have top plus 6 equipped instead of range attack up.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, even switching your chips will not switch the taunt damage.
Yeah. It's okay though.
Come to me.
Sorry, just cracked the muscle.
As you can see though, like the difference between like chip diff, like went from yeah. It's a really good way to show just how much taunt matters in this run.
Oh, nothing.
Yep.
Got it.
Because we're dealing like probably about 10 damage, and taunt multiplies it by 4. Yeah, taunt plus 6 is 400%, so the damage is multiplied by 4, which just makes everything 4 times faster.
5 times 4 times, yeah.
Something tells me
Taunt plus 8 is 5 times.
But, I mean,
right there
for
we
DG,
talked
yeah.
through. Oh yeah, with the DG as well. Which means we're dealing 20 times as much damage. Anyways, we talked to Devil and Popola over there because sell a skill salve which will be used during ending B and the tower sequence. You can only need like 4 or 5 of them, but buying 11 is faster.
Yeah, you just
and then we were just going to the factory. Probably one of the tougher parts of the run, just
Factory's
because
really
there's
cool.
a lot of.
It's super technical. There's a lot of.
You don't say.
I don't know. I just want to call it like weird movement.
There's a lot of skips in it, mostly, which require a lot of interesting and unique movement.
Sounds good.
Compared to like the rest of the run.
I'm so slow without taunt, without BC3.
I get that feeling.
Let's look at 2B's butt.
Even you?
One of the best parts of this.
Yes. Now that we're cut off from the network, we no longer share data with each other. We can speak, of course, but I find that language contains
There's not much that happens here right before factory, as we're just entering it. We're going to enter it, and there's just basically an auto scroller. So if you feel like going and grabbing something to eat or to drink, it's a good time. Not much faster. Or you can go and kill some enemies in a really high location for 8 experience.
Oh, I fell short. Oh, that's fine.
No.
I'll take a stretch. I need it.
That was like pretty close.
That's good.
But yeah, you can go all the way up there and kill the I believe there's stubbies with guns up there. Or 8 experience. I don't know if you can soft lock the game up there by accidentally going into the cutscene trigger thing that Pascal goes and tells
So
you to...
you can't soft block there, it will eventually push you out. but it is possible to soft lock out of bounds. In the process of getting up there, there's a bunch of places where if you use up all your movement options, you can get stuck.
So I hope you all enjoyed it. That was the only break I get.
Yep. For a very long time.
All right, let's see if we can do this. I've had Pascal on top of the elevator the past 3 times I've done this, so we'll see if this goes correctly now.
Yeah, so as a quick explanation of what's going to go on right now, Tsugoii is going to try our trusted EA skip. You can guess what that stands for. Nobody's going to tell you because we're not allowed. We're going to try and get Pascal inside of the elevator. Firstly, we're going to void out so that everybody despawns, which will unlock the ability to use it. We're going to get Pascal in the elevator and attempt to ride on top of it up to what we call 9S room.
And all of that is due to skipping the fact that we need to void out in 9S room. As you can void out in the and like
so we're not
Tsugoii
aiming
puts it
today,
down.
so
Yeah, I gotta have
we're
inside
gonna
the
have
lift.
to do the void out. It's only about 10 seconds slower, 10, 15 seconds, somewhere in that range. So we're gonna void out. This will reset the elevator, and as long as we don't veer too far into the room, it will actually stay unlocked, and we can take it back to the original room. It just so happens that the original room is way higher up than every other room in Factory, which is really convenient because we can use it to hit all the triggers that we need to hit and then go directly to the end of Factory, essentially skipping the entire thing.
So the first trigger we're going to hit is doorway.
The door's
and
open. Keep moving.
it's just a dialogue trigger where 9S goes and tells you to open the is told to open the doorway, and then we just go straight to the boss.
Okay. I'm just gonna void out here. Okay. Spooky. You can soft lock there.
Oh, I just saw that. Yeah, that should be fine. That area is notorious for having very weird fall locations and just being able to soft lock.
Yeah, if you get stuck behind it, you'll soft lock. So I'll take the time loss to not forehead. Okay.
And then
I need to work on that.
we can kill the stubby next to the transporter so that Pascal doesn't get scared as we go out of bounds and try to land on top of the elevator.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can't clip out of bounds.
It's a weird clip. I just need to. You have to like line up a certain position on like a certain position on the mini map with like the transporter, and I just didn't forehead.
Alert. Energy
There we go.
shield detected over enemy unit. Physical defense shield detected.
And now we
Analysis.
wait for this dialogue to end, kind of.
Yeah, so this is where you find out that Tsugoii half-life. She does get a break here, except it's not a true break.
I mean, I have to hold.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have to hold a
That
button.
Goliath we just encountered.
So,
I got it. I've been keeping an eye on you. I'm gonna shut
it's a
off
hard
power to the
life
factory
being a
now.
Nier speedrunner.
Factory system at
Have we tried
80%
quad padding this dialogue at all?
Hang in there, 2B.
It doesn't
it's
matter
timer-based.
because it's timer based. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I've tried e-drugging this dialogue, and you just get this really long, just like silence.
Yeah, I did the same. Just, still gotta sit here forever.
6. We can count.
Nice. It's always a good feeling when you know how to count as a Nier speedrunner.
True. It's hard.
We don't do it very often.
Oh, really? I was gonna say we do it a lot.
Hey, I count till like
Getting
15 or something.
We do 14 on the ladder. We do 6 in Factory. Is there really many ever?
I don't know.
I
sometimes
count
to, like,
DGs.
one.
I count DGs a lot, actually. Just like so I can know how many DGs to throw on certain enemies.
So I only count it for Soshi.
Hmm.
It's 4 DGs with 12 plus 2 VC free.
There's like Bovor. There's a lot. At least for me, but
Yeah.
I know I'm in the minority. Most people just like, yeah, this is good.
And this is Factory Escape, or also Shabu Skip, or Shabu Skip Skip? Shabu Skip? I forget exactly how Shabu the skip works. Essentially, there was an old speedrunner who talked about a skip in which how it's poetic, and when you're leaving the factory, you get to go and see all the stuff you've done in factory.
Yeah, it's the old out of bounds movement was basically the same movement as what we did during prologue. So when we take that different line that's a different out of bounds right next to the out of bounds, we get to skip the explanation that's the same.
And now we go to the boss
Ooh,
rush.
that was weird. Okay.
No thanks.
Did I split there?
I'm heading back
I
to the
did.
resistance
Nice.
camp. What about you?
You caught a visible wall up there.
Yeah.
The walls in Nier Automata are very, very tall, and I don't know why they made them so tall in certain areas.
Yeah.
Say again? I'm not
Some of them go up probably way too high, and others are just like 2 feet off the ground.
Yeah. It's weird.
Let's move.
Anyways. So during this section, we're going to the resistance camp to help them out, and then there will be
Why are their numbers increasing?
4 bosses in a row. It's
Try contacting
Soshi,
the
Core
Bokushi
1,
laser
Core
relay
2, at
system.
Eve. Yeah. So that's
Okay.
4.
That's why it's called boss rush, because just go fight the bosses. So skips just combat, which is pretty fun, I guess, for some people. I don't know, I always sucked at combat.
Okay. Why'd you do that, buddy?
To be. You make me
Okay, it's fine.
I just don't think they were just happy. Oh yeah, I've had that happen multiple times. You really wanted to go and say hi to you, so like,
Yeah.
okay. 2B booting was like, I gotta go for it.
Understandable. Have a nice day. Alright.
It's just to kill all these enemies and then go and talk to an enemy. So that's it for this section.
Alright.
You again?
And I guess this is like the first area where we could use a foolproof salve, except for the fact that foolproof salves doesn't protect you against the electricity on the ground.
Yeah.
You'd think it would, it doesn't.
It's actually the other way around, so it does protect you against the ground. Bokushi, the whole enemy itself, has a field around him that is essentially on contact, and that is technically not electricity, so it's not blocked by that.
Let's take this bastard down.
I thought it was the other way.
I love this strat so much. So this kind of demonstrates the power of taunt plus 6. We can just taunt the enemy while buffed and just blow ourselves up and we win. It's that easy.
They're still
Yep.
coming? What do we do?
10 recoveries.
That was a
Alright.
win.
2B?
I love it when a
2B,
game
can you
comes
hear me?
together.
Our
I don't
village
know.
is under...
0 recoveries?
10.
Pascal?
I have 10.
Okay.
Shit.
I had 0 going into the E fight. It's a fun time.
That sounds fucking terrifying.
Yeah, one of the biggest struggles for people learning the ending, specifically with Taunt plus 6, with Taunt plus 3 you have a lot more money. You just don't have the money to recover.
Yeah.
You're using so little.
So
you
I
have.
think if I had gotten VC3, I would have had exacties, or I'd have like 600 spare gold this run.
Off the entrance to the village and are trying to hold them
So
off.
like,
Not enough.
With these weapons,
yeah.
there's only so much we can do.
Let's take these guys out first.
600 is 3 medium recoveries.
Yeah.
Be
It's
careful.
how small it is.
So we kill that idiot. Do another dialogue cancel. Now we're gonna run to last boss.
What is this?
Yep.
Looks like he's
The
bombarding
dialogue
area with
cancel
forced
is done there
connections.
because
I think all these
it's
transmissions are making the
you
machines
cannot
go
trigger
haywire.
Eve
We have to
until
find Eve and destroy
that
her.
dialogue is finished. And
Everything
it
must
just so happens that
die!
around the time that you arrive there, the dialogue is still going for about a second or two. This is Eve.
Oh my
Eve's
goodness.
a cool person.
Alert. Massive energy signature
I need to learn
detected.
pod pad stuff, but I don't
The
know.
energy seems to be
I do
coming
old
from
stuff.
a large number of
Speaking of old strats.
life forms.
He's absorbing the life force of whatever's left on the network.
So, we get to skip a phase if we just make sure that Eve doesn't have full HP going into next phase. It just skips a phase, so.
Network functionality.
The pod pad strats Tsugoii was mentioning is that you can set the pod towards like the beginning of it to skip one dialogue he uses and let Eve recover the full.
Okay,
And
so
then
I don't get
bounce
one
again.
shot, right? Oh, I'm gonna just play safe.
Complex 6 is like almost one shot.
Yeah, I know
Feels
you get
like
one
one
shot.
shot,
In B, I know you get one shot through buffs. But I think in A it's fine.
NFCS destroyed.
No, it's fine in A.
No longer
You get it's basically 75%. You know, we just the only thing left we can do is pod fire. Eve
Alright,
down.
2
And hope he
recoveries.
doesn't run away from us.
Alright,
That's it.
perfect. 2 recoveries to spare.
And here we find out Tsugoii has lied once again. We get 15 seconds, give or take. a
Oh,
little
okay,
bit.
my bad. You're right. Let me eat another cracker because you're so correct.
I can always reload my backup
We
data.
stand next to 9S, skip a cutscene, and then wait for some good music to end. Or well, at least to start.
This is the best cutscene in the game. If you watch just like the first third of it.
As long as you stop before 2B starts crying,
Yeah.
it's a really happy ending.
Mm-hmm. So in normal 80% runs, we'll let a little bit of that play out because 2B chokes out 9S. 9S dies, and that's it. That's the happy ending. Fortunately, I don't have time for that anymore.
That feels like spoilers for the anime.
Everything is spoiled for the anime. Really,
But
really.
yeah.
Real. So now we get
You
access
just completed
to.
A ending. Now you get a voice changer.
Yeah.
This is actually Ninus' true voice. You thought it was what he was saying this entire time? No, this is his real voice. Trust me. It actually sounds a lot better than what is real than what the game currently has it as.
Yeah, so once you beat the game, you get access to voice changer, which like gives you a lot of funny sounding effects, more or less. I think all the rest are slower, right? It's just specifically the one that we use, which is +4, turns 9S into 9 mouse, and A2 into A dog. So
It's
yeah.
basically the voices between -4 and +4 are like slowdowns and speed ups of the original voices that are done, and then -5 and +5 are kind of just unique voices you can have.
I did not know that.
Sound really weird.
I never messed
But,
around with those.
+4 is the fastest of the fast ones, and that's the reason why it's done.
Yo, shoutouts to Vermilion Runs for the raid. What's up, gamer? We're currently playing as the best character in Nier Automata. This is Bucket Boy. I hope you're enjoying this enthralling gameplay because it's gonna last for like 3 more hours. The Adventures of Bucket Boy.
Yeah, this is the best part of the game. We get to carry a bucket on our heads, and then just bring it over to our brother.
Unit 9S.
Better than 9S?
Come in, 9S.
True.
The Yorha troops have
True.
commenced their descent. Disable the enemy base's defense system.
And now we're back in shoot 'em up.
Yep, we're back in the shmup. More hype than 9S gameplay? Bro, true. So true. Alright, so, speaking of 9S, what the stuff that makes 9S suck besides his personality is personality, voice, and everything else is the gameplay. So 2B gets access to heavy attacks and light attacks, which lets a lot of cool stuff happen. Instead of being able to do heavy attacks, Ninus can hack, which sucks. It just puts you in like a little mini game like we had with Bovor, and yeah. So everything you do from here on out is going to be doing like singular light DGs as Ninus.
Enemy's defense systems to give our attack squadron a chance. You have
Or
4
double
targets that you
DGs
can
if
hack.
you're
Be
trying to
advised
throw
that
out a
hostiles
second
have
one.
been detected around
But
each target and must
I've had
be
issues with
defeated
doing that,
before
so I just do singlies and it's fine.
The target is now accessible.
This is
One
the
affirmation will suffice.
You need more A2 and E runs. It's called Hundo Gamer.
this is the shoot 'em up in B ending, where we're just killing every enemy except for in like one area where there's 2 medium flyers that spawn in.
Alright, I
and
might
just kill those flyers and
have
able
a
to
hot
hack.
take. I think this is my favorite shmup section in the whole game.
Actually, a lot more unique than all the other ones, so I'll give you that. Because all the other ones is like, oh hey, there's enemies here, you kill them now. And if you don't, you can't progress.
Well, so it's not because of that. It's because typically in the shmup sections, you're locked into an auto scroller of some type. It's just either like a flying auto scroller or like a hover auto scroller. This is like the one. I think it's the only spot in the game where you get like you get to like actually traverse a 3-dimensional plane, and it's
Yeah.
cool.
I think that's about it. Every other one, you're pretty much at 0-0. The game makes you feel like you're moving around.
Yeah. It's all about prologue shmup? Nah, fam. We got blue
This
metal in
is
chat, so we
prologue.
can have blue metal say just how much they love opening shmup.
But this is prologue. What are you talking
No,
about?
this is prologue.
One target remains. May I remind you that personal chatter during operations is restricted?
Just drinking water. Is this the one where there's 2 flyers that spawn?
Yep.
For the final one, you can just kill the flyers when there's 2 flyers that spawn, and you just are able to hack it. Every other one, it's like kill every enemy that's in the room.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what defines as the room, but I thought you had to kill all of them on the way, except for one of them. But I had Dan telling me like, no, only for the first one you have to kill all of them. Blue and
There's,
prologue,
like-
name of the more iconic duo. Blue and P being with nude mod. Anyway,
Your
sorry.
car has entered the base. However, there is only 1 unit remaining.
There's not a lot to talk about. I mean, like,
The enemy's
it's
defensive weapon
another
makes
shmup.
things
It's
more
mostly
difficult
about
than we
15 minutes where we just sit here and watch 9S talk about things.
Yeah.
There's not a lot that's technical at this point. We've already said all the technical things. 9S only does light attacks, and
yeah,
he
we'll
can hack.
talk about like once we get access to more actual what's the word I'm looking for? Like 9S ground movement. We can talk about like DGs and stuff with 9S, but yeah.
Yeah. If you're wondering why Tsugoii is holding B to skip cutscenes, it's because a lot of these cutscenes aren't actually cutscenes you can skip.
Yeah, also I don't run this category enough, so I don't remember what all cutscenes I need to skip. So I just hold B, and if I see a prompt, I'm like, okay, I skipped this one. You're trying to give me a lot of credit. I appreciate it, but I don't deserve it.
And, hey, if any strategy that works is completely fine. I'd rather be consistent than
yeah,
mess up in a marathon. But yeah, this is the super exciting gameplay that we've been hinting at this entire time.
At least there's only
there to
like
talk about during this.
there's only like I mean I guess there's the fight unit sections at the end, but have like this and B Grun.
Yeah.
So like this is one of the last ones at least.
This place sure is big.
Alright, I'm feeling better now I've had some caffeine. That was a smart decision on my part. I say until like my run's over and it's 10 a.m. and I haven't slept in forever. Shouts to gamer subs.
Oh, that's the gamer subs.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if there's any commentary I need to say during this.
I don't think so. Is
There's not. It is literally just prologue.
Is it still Dan and then Ame? Are you in second for Eastal?
I believe.
No, the I forget what his name is. Yeah, Crazy Land.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a while ago.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't know if
Chin, I know
Actually,
Chin's better than me, but I don't know.
I think he's about a minute behind me.
There's also Aloe, but yeah, Aloe doesn't really run this category.
Because I think the Crazy Land got like a 344 a while ago.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I'm gonna double check on SRTC.
Yeah.
I got the time.
The target enemy.
But I'm not a very good E-runner. Like 9S combat, I'm still not really good with. I'm just a fake zoomer, just a fake Nier runner. 9S is just such a different playstyle for like movement and for damage versus like what 2P is.
Displaying on HUD.
Max score.
The Crazy Land has an unsubmitted 342.59.
Unsubmitted times.
Oh, wait, that's like super fast too.
Yeah. But isn't that like all of Crazy Land's times? Like super fast but unsubmitted?
Yeah, I have to bug him about that one too. Yeah, I literally just got him to submit his Hondo yesterday.
Oh, he did a Hondo run?
Yeah, he's done multiple actually.
What the? I didn't know that. How fast are they?
He's within like 20, 30 minutes.
Oh, okay, wow.
This category is on normal difficulty.
Yeah, for the most part, like, what am I trying to say? Normal is the main. There are runs for easy, and mostly easy and very hard, but they're not main categories. Mostly because, like, at least for me personally, I think easy is too easy. You already blow enemies up with taunt plus 6, so there's no reason to like blow them up more, if that makes any sense. And on very hard, you get one shot, so the playstyle is completely different.
And the hard is kind of similar to very hard, in which you get close to one shot.
Hard is also like, because hard doesn't increase enemy HP, it only like it like lowers the attack window or something like that.
It makes enemies attack faster and they deal more damage.
Oh, they do deal more damage, okay. Yeah, normal is the main category for basically everything.
Here we're playing as the pod, and we're killing some machines that are trying to stop 9S from hacking into angles and save 2B. Although it doesn't feel like that, it feels like we're just stopping 9S from talking, and he just wants to keep talking.
Late game hard just turns into very hard? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing with, I was saying earlier, like, this run turns into, basically turns into very hard as well. Because, like, once again with taunt plus 6, we're taking and giving 300% increased damage, so, as early as A, you can start getting one shot. You can start getting one shot without defensive buffs, and in B, you'll start getting one shot through defensive buffs. So it's spooky.
Affirmative.
In fact, since an ad is playing, I now know where Tsugoii is. No longer like delayed. I'm at point with stream.
I think there's a cutscene here.
And it looks like we're out of Brolog. Woo!
There is not, okay. We're out of Brolog. Poggers. So this is 9S movement. It's kind of now back in a throwback to what we were doing earlier with just dash chaining. 9S, like outside of using missiles, doesn't really have any movement tech, so we just dash.
Morning.
All the attacks that 9S does is slower than 9S dash chaining. But you can, like, flip with them, which is kind of interesting. So, for a lot of the ground movement, we just dash. And a lot of the aerial movement is dashing. Since 9S's aerials don't move him up, they just keep him at the same level. You'll notice it later on, isn't it, that you get Mirage?
Yeah.
You go there, to the resistance camp.
Yeah, we'll get it.
Sorry. I forgot that you do the buys in the resistance camp for B.
Yeah.
But basically, 9S can't jump high.
9S do be kind of like a white boy. He has no hops.
2B got them hops, but 9S don't have
2B
them
true.
hops.
I mean, look. Just look at 2B's legs. Look at them glutes. Look at them thighs. Like 2B works out. 9S got them stick legs. Anyway.
Orders are orders.
3, 2, 1.
You're going to have some new weaponry
All
installed
right.
from here on out. I'll put up instructions for you.
Back to shoot 'em up.
Make sure to commit them to
Weapons trader before supply trader. Yeah.
Yes, weapons before supply trader. As once you talk to the supply trader, you finish the quest immediately, in which 9S like to go into a really long dialogue about chores.
Yay, you were nice. Thank you.
Bunker to 2B, come in. I've set a landing point for your flight unit.
Nice flyers.
You'll be touching down quite a ways from the resistance camp, unfortunately. Sorry for the trouble, but we can't
Those
risk the
flyers
enemy
like to spin
discovering
around.
Yeah.
I think I've had it so that every flyer that had an RNG of spinning around during an all endings run spun.
Yeah, you basically want those enemies take a lot to kill if they spin because you can't get close to them and one-shot them with the missile program.
And I also think that the missile program misses as it just hits their outside things, which don't really make that much damage.
So that's one of the interesting things about SD, I guess I haven't talked about, is SD makes it so you don't take fall damage. I'm not sure the exact way they have it programmed, but I'm pretty sure to take fall damage you have to be in like a falling animation. So we just use SD to like cancel that fall animation, so we can just jump from any height and hit the ground as long as we're like tapping SD. We just won't take any damage.
You can also hold SD and the same effect is done.
Yeah.
You'll also notice that there aren't any cutscenes as we enter these places.
Yeah, so all the discovery
has already
cutscenes,
discovered.
yeah, if you have any discovery cutscenes, they won't go. There's a couple spots in the game where you could avoid them. Like, I think if you do, like, you can avoid the copied city discovery, and if you go into it, wait, no, that doesn't, what is that then? Fine, I'm huffing copium.
You can skip copied city discovery. The only reason why it's not skipped in any percent is because the dialogue in which the pod tells you hey, we should go and look for 9S is not there if you skip that cutscene.
Hmm.
Oh no, 0 recoveries. Ah.
Yeah, we do have 0 recoveries. Also, hello, Felon.
The other cutscenes that can be skipped are the Resistance Camp Discovery cutscene.
Yeah, but that one doesn't like repeat or whatever. Wait.
There's
oh,
no
skip it. Never
real-
mind. Yeah, you're right. We don't.
There's
skip
no
it, though.
reason to skip it though,
Yeah.
as it's just like a cutscene that you can skip.
I canceled
Operator
this
210 to
style.
9S. This is your ring.
We can skip the desert discovery cutscene. We do that by going out of bounds, and you can do that inbounds. Apparently, it was found out that you can 2B can heavy hold through the cutscene. Pretty cool. Oh yeah, we're selling all of our machine cores to max out our chip space so we can equip everything that we bought from Emil earlier on. Oh cool, you could buy buffs if you wanted to. Oh yeah, and we equip Virtuous Contract because it's the superior weapon that we've been upgrading anyways. And do you unequip HP and minimap?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I think I talked to Mura about this and got mad. And be saying, oh yeah, you always unequip those, and Mura only keeps HP instead of enemy data.
Interesting. Okay. Check right
I guess
there,
it's because like it's easy to tell when an enemy is like dead or not dead.
Wait, what the? Oh, I didn't talk to her. Oh no. Oh, it's fine. All right.
Oh right, yeah, you need to talk to the machine head
Operator to
receptionist.
9S. Transferring coordinate data for the location
No, it's just
specified
interesting
by
because
resistance leader.
I think the quest is like you get told to talk to Anemone, and then Anemone tells you to like ask other people if they could need any help, and Machine Head Lady is just like kind of like the tutorial, I guess. Oh, I forgot to do one thing. Okay.
It's basically like if you had questions for the game, she would answer them.
Yeah, so it's
And
like the
then
tutorial
there's the
thing.
male one that helps as well.
He's not until later though.
Yeah, I think he's in C ending. Not B.
I'm not doing the correct stuff again. Alright, whatever. It's a 50-50 on if I remember to write a moose or not. Apparently the answer is no this time. Muscle memory be like... So yeah, way back in A, we grabbed 2 animal bait. You're supposed to ride an animal. I forgot, so we're not.
I mean, Moose Clip is cool.
I don't do moose clip. I'm also going to be like super safe and just buy some recoveries here.
Yeah. I don't think I done that. Must be a slow runner.
I mean, just marathon safety.
Sure. I meant for riding the moose though.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I never go for moose clip. It just, I've never gotten it, so.
I think I got it like once or twice and it looked really weird.
Yeah, so this clip sucks. We have to do it differently, and the way we do this clip is literally just like jumping and praying.
It's just height based. There's a small like pixel in which 9S is able to clip through a wall.
What the hell? Okay, interesting. Okay. Not had that happen to me before.
Tsugoii hit one of the places where you can void out into the desert. There's a lot of invisible land in that location.
Yeah, you have to... This game is really weird with like having to know out of bounds where there's invisible ground and where there's just no ground. I guess I went too far to the right or something, but that's okay.
Barely missed it.
Yeah, it's okay.
Look like.
Kill. Ooh.
And now we're just running to desert housing.
Yep.
There was for desert housing. I believe it was Aliarch found out there was a easier way to do it.
Yeah, I do Alice
Where
thing,
instead
but
of
I don't
doing
like
a
it.
super cool, precise lineup, you instead did a lift and then landed on a little piece of a apartment to then do another lift.
Yeah, so
And
there's a really old meme, like the old E-World record holder was fullest, and whenever it came time for the old version of this skip, the answer is always just, I have a lineup. It's like, what's the lineup? It's like, I've got a lineup, but we have new stuff. It's kind of jank.
messed it up multiple times.
It's kind of jank, but I got this one first try, which is pretty hog.
Nice. Also, that was the golden
yeah,
that I was mentioning earlier that only spawns when you have 1,000 enemy kills.
Oh, it's that one? Okay.
Yeah. There's 3 of them, but that's the main one that you see in this run.
If you take the moose, you see the
one in the city ruins.
Yeah. I'll just be a baby and do this. I will use a recovery here, just for safety's sake.
What is this?
Damage? When did you take damage? Nah, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's okay. Oh my goodness, die, please. There we go.
Just don't get hit if you're scared.
Yeah, I won't taunt these guys.
Yeah, after we're back pretty much doing the exact same things that we did during any percent. So just go kill the guys as they spawn in to gain some levels.
And hope for VC3, so just don't have that. Because once again, these are the guys that will drop the upgrade for our weapon.
Yeah. The bipeds will drop it at the stubbies. The stubbies are the guys whose feet are flat and they hop around, while the bipeds are the ones that walk towards you and try to punch you.
This cannot continue.
I don't know which part it is. Okay. We're back to Adam now.
21 mod. It is a mod.
Yep, it is a mod.
I'm not gonna lie that I remember who it's from, but I stole it from a fellow runner, Janu, who's a lot more with the modding scene than I am.
So Adam is a really interesting fight in which Adam is the same level as he is in any percent, which makes this fight end really fast.
Yeah, it's interesting how they do the same thing in any percent where he levels up from level 1 to level 10, which thankfully means we just delete him. We just have to hope that he doesn't do one of the invuln attacks again. So as long as he doesn't do a melee invuln, we're fine. He just gets deleted.
Yeah. I think you can also tank like with his hits pretty easily without dying. Even with combo 6.
Probably?
And unbuffed. Been a while though.
Alright.
So in any percent, we did you do box clip?
Yeah, I got boxless.
You got boxless? Nice.
Yeah.
We clipped through this box. The old route was to clip through the boxes 2B, but now there's boxless where you don't do that as 2B.
You can't even. You probably can't do that as 9S because 9S doesn't have. Yeah, the same like aerial height you need.
Yeah. So instead, we clip through the box instead, and don't go and grab the small gear that's in the corner.
Yeah,
chest.
because the chest can only be opened once, so
Operator to
we've already
9S.
opened that chest, so we can
Data
get it
upload
anyway.
complete.
And we only got to
I
skip
also have an
the
incoming
side quest,
message
so
from the commander.
we're good.
Initiating playback.
2B, 9S.
Yep,
We've
we're all
lost
good now.
contact with several Yorha units that were on their way to the surface. Their black boxes are online, so we presume they're still alive. We've tracked the location of their signals.
Same thing here.
So I
We'll
need all
do
Yorha
like
units
some
on the surface
slightly
to
different
head over and
beelines as
investigate.
9S,
End transmission.
mostly because we can't plunge, so
I heard something about that back at the
kind of like
resistance camp.
eliminates a lot of the cool movement routing. I don't know what to call it.
The cool aerial movement that 2B does to getting like slightly more speed, as 2B's plunges
Oh my
are
gosh,
faster
go down,
than.
go down, go down, go down. Where am I? Okay, this side. So 9S sucks. There's a lot of ladders he doesn't want to like let go of. He'll slide down them instead, which is very slow. So if you hold SE down these pipes instead of like grabbing the elevator, I said that again. Instead of grabbing the ladder, you'll just fall all the way down. But E like that.
Yep. 9S can only drop from a ladder if 9S is going up the ladder.
Is that how it works?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. I've learned 2 new things this run. Hell yeah. I always thought it was weird that we could do it during city angles, but that was it.
We need a way
Yeah, because we're going up the ladder, so 9S can drop off. So if you are falling down and catch a ladder, you just walk up a little bit and you can drop off.
Hello, gamers. It is work break time.
Fog.
Foggies.
We made it to the best part of the run where we ride a roller coaster.
True. So back in A,
You don't get to skip it.
yeah, back in A, this is what we skipped, but I mean, you can technically do it, can't you? It'd be slow.
It saves like
you
10
can do
seconds to do it this way.
Yeah. It's fast. It's more a case of we don't have anything useful to do.
Besides killing tank, I guess, but I don't even know if that'd give you a level.
You definitely get a level from it. I mean, you might have a level threshold at some point, but it's never going to be a need.
Yeah.
You will find that later in the run, Tsugoii is going to have a lot of very scary moments.
Oh, yeah?
Even being 1 extra level up, that's not going to change the fact that you will be clenching for a lot of the run.
Yeah, just taunt diff. I'm really worried about B Adam. I was getting owned in my last practice when I did.
Isn't Adam in B?
Or Eve, sorry. B Eve.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was getting owned in phase 3.
You'll notice that Tsugoii hasn't been taunting any of the enemies on the roller coaster.
You
That's
don't need
because
to.
when they're taunted, they one-shot you, and you have enough time to kill them all without it.
Yeah, it's an auto-scroller, so... do I buff for Bovor? I think I do, right?
The first part, you don't need to, but you can.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
'Cause she dies in about like 2 or 3 DGs. The second part, you always buff for.
And run away from her. So Bovor technically doesn't one-shot you, but she'll stun lock you. So you still die.
Yeah.
So,
And we're also at a point where every recovery is like super valuable.
I bought some more, but yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was at 0, and I was like, I just want to play it safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get 2 from finishing the side quests, which is nice. Hey, look, it's a cool cutscene that we're skipping. Ah, we did it.
Yeah.
Are we seriously being attacked?
It's possible to talk to B after skipping that cutscene, which cancels the dialogue of 9S talking to 2B. Who would have thought? If,
It didn't really compute in my brain that you said we put the 2B on there.
2B.
It's been so long since anyone spoke to anyone up from 9S.
9S is the only one talking though, so I mean like That's about it. Nina says stuff, and Nina saying stuff to people sometimes cancels Nina saying stuff. No, not to confuse anybody.
You're not dead. Oh, there you go. Thought you were dead. Good night, Desert Eagle. Have a good time, gamer.
Good night, Desert Eagle. Have the sweetest of dreams.
Good night.
Why won't he look my way? 9S has a lot of mashing gameplay. That's what I'll call it.
So, fun fact for you. It is technically faster if you're really good at mashing and really consistent to manually mash through all of the text dialogues, because although the game gives you the option to hold B to advance the dialogue automatically, it does take a little moment to kick in. So if you wanted to save every single frame, you really have to just destroy your hands.
Oh yeah. I have two ways of mashing, and they both suck.
And then you would have seen there that Tsugoii attempted to get the door clip, though.
Literally never gotten it.
Tried an
Always
A.
go for it.
Yeah, we try an A. 9S doesn't use a spear, but somehow his dash has enough collecting power to whip through the door if you time it correctly. It is a lot tighter in the ending than it is in A.
If I could see clips of it and like practice it, I could probably get it consistently, but I just have no idea.
Oh, it is actually very difficult to do.
I've gone it like a couple times when I was trying to get these types of clips. One thing to go off of the mashing, the current world record holds B and presses A to mash through those novels or novellas.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, as it, the fact that you can press A while holding B will advance the dialogue while it's auto-advancing. But it's still not as fast as mashing as many buttons as possible.
Okay, that did not save. That was interesting. I closed it before the arcade pop-up showed.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I have never seen that before.
Yeah, that was weird. Frame perfect exit. Smile.
Let's go.
Drinking water as everybody should.
Sorry, I gotta drink caffeine.
Fine.
I guess there's water.
I too have had caffeine today.
Operator
I have been
210
drinking
to
a
9S.
Starbucks Frappuccino.
This is your regularly
Ooh,
scheduled contact.
I have some gamer guacamole fart from Gamer Subs.
Our maintenance team filed a complaint
It tastes
about
like-
how you treat your flight unit. They requested
I am
that you cease making unauthorized
disliking it, but not enough that I won't drink it for the caffeine.
Yeah, they're like the frappuccinos are like so much sugar to them.
Rebuttal, you need to discuss it with maintenance. Fight it out if you must. Operator 210
It
out.
could use more.
Could it?
I still taste the coffee.
Oh, okay.
Oh, apparently it's 75% milk. I'm gonna feel great.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Great. I hope you feel better later today.
What do I do here again? I think I just...
You just talk to an
Yeah,
enemy
and then
go out.
Inch.
Yep.
So the other thing to mention, so this game, oh, not that one. This game is like kind of like Dark Souls in the sense that whenever you die, you drop your body and any currently equipped chips you have. So whenever we death warp, we have to make sure that we swap to an empty chip set so we don't lose any when we die. So I just did right there.
You can also taunt those guys with the taunt +6 chip shit.
Yeah, it didn't matter. I was just not at frames anyway. P. I hate this one. That was my least favorite.
I'm sorry. They say don't kill, dang.
Operator to 9S. Emergency transmission incoming. we've detected a Goliath-class enemy inside the city ruins. It seems to be accompanied by a large number of machine life
I'm not sure if it's a good thing that I
All
play
your
with claw or
members
not.
are ordered to engage
I'm not
at
sure
once.
if my thumb would get destroyed and cause me more
Operator
RSI
210
from
here.
playing as
Do you read
9S,
me?
or if using my
Operator
index
to
finger
9S.
and the claw
have
like I
bad
do would give me
news
more
and I have
RSI.
good news. Bad first. We've confirmed the presence of 2 Goliath
I have
heavy weapon
everything
enemies.
set up so that it
Now,
dashes
the
on
good
my
news.
triggers,
We've
and
used your
I
previous
definitely
Goliath
feel it
combat data to
during the
analyze the
middle
enemy.
of B.
And it seems we have
I switch
identified a weakness.
fingers when
Command
doing
has modified a firing
stuff.
unit based on this new intel.
I don't know
It's
which
been
is better,
installed on a pair
just
of flight
mashing
units that are
with
heading
one
your
button
way.
or mashing with your fingers.
Check your map.
Yeah,
Operator out.
I change grips a lot throughout this game depending on what I'm doing. Like when I'm spear dashing, I double claw. During normal combat. I'm trying to remember what I do actually. But yeah, I'll switch between like clawing with my right hand, clawing with my left hand, or clawing with both, depending on what I have to do. Right now I'm clawing with my right.
If you're wondering why there's not much commentary during this part, it's the same as any percents.
Yeah, you were just running from place to place.
We're just doing the exact same things as we've already done. Until Guru, and after this big scene in the
Enemy
city ruins.
anti-air defenses are on
Yeah, I guess the
patrol
one thing I
higher
could have talked about is
a low altitude
so
approach is recommended.
throwing a damage glitch with 2B is pressing like dodge and then throwing out a heavy attack. With 9S, it's a jump, a dodge, and then a light attack. So we do DGs slightly differently, but yeah.
Yeah.
Who cares? Doesn't ask XD. Sorry, go ahead.
That attack also has a grounded version, but it doesn't deal as much damage, so that's why the attack is there. There are 4 endings in this category. A, B, C, D.
5. Yeah.
Sorry, my brain can't count.
Yeah, you're tired. It's okay, gamer.
I am wide awake, but I know I am tired.
Yeah, I am. So it's A through E. We've already done A, so Bukada is left.
Yep. Booked it. The E is silent.
This is your
Oh.
commander.
I
For
see.
the first time in centuries, we've intercepted a
So,
signal belonging to the aliens.
during any percent,
These are
we
the creatures
did
that are
this
in direct command of
whole
the
setup
machine life
called
forms on this
EDS,
planet.
where we
If we can destroy
talk to
we can end this long and arduous war once and for
a
all.
quest giver
Our
in
intel team
the
is hard
park
at work
to get some dialogue and then move it into the negotiations fight, so that we could skip the long 2-minute auto-scroller of dialogue that happens there. In ending B, we have a picture book, which happened when we were entering the desert housing location, and we used this picture book to cancel that dialogue by watching it.
Yeah.
So we just rush from location to location watching picture books whenever there is a long dialogue section.
Yep. Picture booking is really nice. Will be used a lot, especially later on in the run.
My name is Adam. The aliens you seek are no longer here. They were wiped out centuries ago. By us.
The machines.
Wiped out.
And who knows? Perhaps we'll wipe out the androids next.
At centuries ago. Oh no, I got an ad.
Okay. Still isn't splitting properly for me. Whatever. I wonder why that's not splitting.
I don't know which auto splitter you're using.
2B, this is Operator 60.
But I'm guessing it's the old E one.
Yeah.
Where it looks as which cutscene is currently playing.
Well, I don't know. It's supposedly it splits off of picture booking as well, but I don't know.
Hey, you're up next.
There are like
that's all I know.
A lot of different locations in the game where the file names or stuff for cutscenes are stored on the technical side.
What the?
And so when you have a live split, so set up for it, there's
Ooh.
sometimes a lot of overlap. in which
Why the
cutscenes
hell did it
are being
split
skipped.
there? That's wild.
Then the cunts of your no.
Good question. Now we're finally able to do, I think it's the last buys for the category?
Second to last. We do buys here, and then we do buys at the beginning of C.
War. Yeah. In a while. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. Ugh. I need a massage.
Massage for the hands and a massage for the back.
My shoulders, yeah.
We of course.
But yeah, we buy, I believe it's 99 recoveries, and then it's
Let's see.
or medium recoveries, and then you buy the 40 to 50 of every buff, I guess. The like melee attacks and ranged attack buffs, what I recall.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Get out. Yeah, so by max medium recoveries, I just did like 40. I shouldn't need 40. And even then, at beginning of C, I'll have a chance to do my last buys, so I'll just refresh then and get myself up to 50 if I need them.
Yeah. Especially due to the fact that once you hit war, you can get pretty close to like max buys on everything.
Yeah.
9S works just fine.
You only need about...
Depends on B mode or not as well, because
Choose our assignments.
yeah, A2 has like, instead of SDing, A2 has this ability where she'll go into like this mode where she can't be one shot, but it'll continuously drain HP.
I'm just not happy with me today. Okay.
You're getting distracted.
Can you get taunted, please? Oh my goodness.
You just don't want to be taunted today. Nice.
Yeah, it works.
And now we are entering the forest. The movement in the forest is slightly different from any percent, as
Yeah.
9S has different cutscenes to hit
Yeah, so
than 2D.
kind of similar to OG Nier. You've kind of seen it already, but the way that they justify, or the way that they improve the story, so it's not like literally just doing the same thing again, there is some additional like cutscenes and dialogue that happen. So these are a good example. So because of that, though, we have like some mandatory triggers we have to hit. So it will change how we path.
256 years ago.
Yeah.
These machines.
Fun fact, all these are powers of 2s.
My goodness.
Oh, you're doing this one.
Yeah, I always do this one.
So 9S can just go normally through the area, as there's a trigger that needs to be hit somewhere on the other side, but it's slightly faster to transport back to Pascal's village and flip out of bounds over there to then hit the trigger.
Should be good. Camera's super wonky.
That was a very wonky camera.
Yeah. We didn't really have to see it too much in A ending, but during B ending, especially during this forest section, like OG Nier really loved to like pay homage to, I'll say, like Resident Evil and a lot of those OG OG games that would have you like in fixed camera and just like weird spots. So I like to say it's paying homage to that. You'll just have really wonky cameras and fixed angles that will destroy control.
You have the top-down cameras, you have the side cameras.
Yeah.
You pretty much can't do anything about it.
It's not as bad as OG Nier, but it's still really annoying.
Especially when the camera doesn't catch up to the player. You just hangs around and the player is like just somewhere else entirely.
Just like, I would like to know where I'm at, please. No.
That transporter is grabbed for later.
Yeah,
in the ending.
So
now
thankfully,
we're actually going through...
yeah, I'm just gonna say, thankfully, I said A2 is my least favorite enemy in A. Thankfully, she's a lot better in B. Just the way that like DGs work with 9S. The one thing I like about them a lot is they're a lot easier to space. So you can like purposefully put DGs on top of A2's head and just like. Plus, we have enough damage that we should stagger her to death. So that's nice. And there's our last mandatory trigger.
Could have gone that 2 floors ago. Sorry.
Is it?
Yeah. The trigger is a very tall one. Maybe we can hit that like a lot lower than we normally do. I'm gonna have to ask the modding community about that one. Sorry. Speaking ahead. Thanks. So as 2B, we went out of bounds and just jumped up to the top floor because there was no triggers in the tower, in the castle. Minus can do the same thing, but there is a trigger at the back of the castle, which is why we just go through it. And now it's the A2 fight.
This unit is currently wanted by Yorha.
Which A2 gets stun locked.
Let's go, 9S.
Alright.
A2. 9S bullies a lot of characters.
I threw my first one bad. That one's on me.
We've picked up a signal from the black box of a fugitive known as A2.
That happens.
Oh my goodness.
What you see in front of you is your enemy.
Alright, it worked out fine.
She deserted us. She's
Please
destroyed
go.
multiple
Does not want to...
Now kill her before she...
Alright. Alright.
And this is the first instance of Mirage.
Yeah, Mirage jumping. Oh, second. We did it for a castle.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
You do it for the castle. Though technically you don't have to do it in the castle, as 9S can barely get up.
I just do it anyway.
At
But
that point,
yeah, Mirage
without
is
Mirage.
thankfully it like whenever you use it, it pushes you upwards, so it's one of our few ways of getting height with 9S.
It attacks a lot of enemies on the ground while also moving the player up a couple meters. Oh, and yes, this game is measured in meters. Everything in here has its own coordinates in meters and stuff. Which is pretty nice, because a lot of games just say it's units. But no, this is actual meters. Maybe not measured exactly, but everything is supposed to be in meters.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was actually meters. I just thought it was units as well.
9S, why did you ask Pascal about A2? It's not recommended to interface with machines without consulting command.
Alright, I will check for VC3 right here.
Machines are the enemy. Don't forget.
Not a bad place to check for it.
Oops. Alright, nice. At least we have VC3 at all this run.
Operator 210 to 9S. This is your regularly scheduled contact.
Why are you talking to me?
Copy that.
I just wait too
I also
long?
need to inform you that the commander offers
You
personal
didn't
praise for your research.
have the dialogue
As a
up for
direct
long enough.
result, we are currently considering boosting production of your model.
So,
I'm just not used to getting this dialogue.
Operator 210 talks
Flattery is
to 2B
unnecessary.
about
Operator
flowers.
210 out.
Or 6L.
Alright. That's 6L. I don't remember what 210 is.
She's just checked him out, I think.
Yeah.
Did I not do the dialogue
And so
cancel?
when
Is that
you-
it? Did I just run straight to the dude? I bet. Okay, it doesn't matter. I didn't do a dialogue cancel there, but it's fine.
No, it's because of when the when you're talking to Anemone, the dialogue is up for long enough so that when that dialogue starts, it just ends immediately.
I see, I see.
It's also how it works in ending A. And now we are at Flooded. I don't know if the Flooded Golden Boy is here.
I don't think I've seen him.
I think he's there when you kill both of the other ones, but yeah.
If it was Hundo, I'd know, but
Okay, he's not there. You'd like see him immediately. Anyways, we go back to another shoot 'em up. Ooh.
oh, I get to do
After,
short fights
doing
slightly
Philip
differently
Autumn.
this time, which is nice.
Is that what we need to protect?
Since we have
Alright.
picture book, we don't need to.
Androids don't
I'm
need
gonna
to
play
bathe.
that safe.
As long as you perform regular cleaning and maintenance.
That boy can one-shot you.
But come on,
A lot of the enemies at this point can start one-shotting you once they're taunted. What I remember, it's every stubby can't one-shot you, and every other enemy can one-shot you when you're in ending C. Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness, die.
So,
There we go.
what Tsugoii was going to say, we can now use a picture book instead of running over and hitting a dialogue trigger
Yeah.
on the side.
Part of the weird move
To
what we do in
cancel the commander's dialogue.
yeah, part of the stuff we do in A is to like make it so that we cut off that dialogue, but in B we just have picture book, so we just picture book it away and we're good to go. I don't need another cracker.
You can enter the flight unit before it lands on the ground. The trigger is always there. The only issue is if you enter it too early, you'll sometimes soft lock the game.
Yeah, which is why I wait. On a category this long, I like to just, especially doing a marathon, I'm playing it safe.
I like to point out things, though,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that people who hear are like, oh, that's so cool, but why is it different from the world record? Because it's a lot safer and it's a marathon. And anyways, back to shoot 'em up.
Yeah, thankfully this
As we know.
isn't as long. This version of Grunt isn't as long.
If anyone in chat knows run facts, that would be super cool. I don't know them off the top of my head. I just know that a cool person and it's pronounced green. And I think it means green in German. As this whole shoot 'em up section, there's only like one small change and it comes about 5 minutes into
Carrier
it.
Blue Ridge 2. Requesting
yeah,
support from
there's
any friendly units in range.
there's like a
Commander
couple
taking
small
fire from
things.
the
There's
enemy.
like one extra cutscene I get to skip.
Taken damage and is unable to engage.
One little hacking
Yeah,
thing.
Currently
and
resisting
There's really
with all
small
remaining
stuff.
support fighters, but we can't hold them off for long.
There's one less cutscene you get to skip and
I
one
repeat,
extra
this is
cutscene you
Carrier
get to
Blue
skip.
Ridge 2.
They,
We need immediate backup from any
it's
available
very
android
inconsistent as
forces.
for which cutscenes you can or can't skip.
Yeah. Like get my muscle member back, but like so for like 80% you have so much money, you just buy 99 recoveries and you can like anytime you get hit you just immediately heal. But obviously since we only had 21 recoveries to go through and part of E4, you have to be really cautious. But now it's back to you need to heal anytime you take damage, because if you don't get outright one shot, if you're not full, you can definitely get one shot or two shot, I guess technically.
Oh wait, no. At the beginning of shoot 'em up, it's 2 hits and then you heal. I think in Bro 1. This one I think you just heal immediately because you just have the recovery.
14, 15, 16, 17.
If you're wondering as to why Tsugoii is counting, this is due to the fact that we cannot see the skill cell.
Yeah, we can't see our skill, like our skill program progress. So,
Didn't I kill that already?
if you count how many light attacks you do, you'll know that after 27 light attacks, you can do it again, basically.
Wait. Couldn't you use a skill solve there?
Yeah, I just for gore, and I don't know how many attacks it is. I think it's like 11 after a skill salve, but I just don't remember.
It's about half. They speed it up by 2 times. So it could just be 13, realistically.
I'll pull up my notes once I start C, but for A and B, I mostly just go off of what I can remember, which is why I've forgotten like 2 things.
Operator
It's all
210 to
good.
9S. Command has decided to stage a direct satellite laser
This is
strike
the
on
big boy
hostile.
balloon.
We need you to destroy the enemy EMP generators
You
so we
get
can lock
to
onto
kill
the
one
target.
core and then just
Sending the
run away from
coordinates
him.
to your map now.
Because 9S is a big hero. Runs away from battle. I still don't know why holding B to skip there saves time.
Yeah, I don't
And
know.
I know why. I just very dumb.
I did it. That's all I know. I did it. I didn't have time to watch the video,
basically,
but yeah.
What happens is that while you're watching that cutscene, the shoot 'em up is still going on. So 2B and 9S are still moving through the shoot 'em up.
Go ahead.
And so normally we would just pause to skip it because that's the fastest way of skipping cutscenes. But because you pause, you're stopping the shoot 'em up from moving forward. So instead now we hold B to skip. So that
This thing reaches length.
there is no pause in the shoot 'em up. So it saves about half a second of pausing the game. It's just a very dumb way of saving time, but you know, keep your time saves whenever you can.
This is my brain rest. I just turned my brain off for this part.
I do as well.
After you've played Grunt enough, like it's just pure muscle memory.
Yep. Run is the coolest enemy in the game that you don't do much with. Like, this thing is 1,000 meters or so long. You're traveling like a really far distance just to get to the back of him and shoot it
Confirmed
off.
elimination
Or
of
destroy
electromagnetic
his force.
interference. Stand by for incoming satellite laser strike.
I think this entire thing is one model, which is why the game kind of lags when he spawns in.
Yeah, it is almost entirely one model. The only thing that isn't part of the model is
Having
the
trouble
little
over there?
Q laser guns on the side and the core itself.
Hunter Squadron deploying out of
Those are their
North
own
12th Defense
entities,
HQ.
but the
I'm
rest
the
of it is
commanding
just
officer,
one
4B.
ridiculously large
Don't
model
worry, we'll take it from here.
with a lot of texture and detail. So
And because I play with blue mod, also blue, is kind of cool.
Got it.
And this is different from A ending to B ending.
Yep.
So, 2B goes and shoots the artillery at Run to see if it does any damage to him. But for 9S, he's hacking the artillery to help guide it. Although I don't think that's really helpful because in A ending, the controller is still swiveling back and forth a lot.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't remember, like, I forget a lot of the lore, but I don't remember there being anything said about, like, 9S hacking into either 2B or the laser during A. And, during A, we have to do, we have to hit it 3 times, but in B, we just shoot it once. So, changes. Well, you shoot it, you hit it
you
once.
shoot it once and then he blows up instead of hitting him 3 times in the mouth.
Yeah, okay. So, I don't know.
Maybe time runs differently in the hacking world. Or
Oh wait,
2B
we know it
just
does.
shoots
But,
fast.
yeah. Okay, skip this cutscene. It's a cutscene that you don't skip during A, but you skip during B. Because, of course.
It turns out they're 2 entirely different cutscenes, even though they show the exact same stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks, game. One way of doing things. Now we get this entirely different shoot 'em up section, which we do the exact same thing that we normally would do.
We shoot 'em up.
There's a lot of like small things, but it's just trying to be in position to kill everything.
Yeah.
Like,
It's memorizing spawns, which I do not have memorized for this category, but I try.
Even if you don't have them memorized, you can just walk over to the position and still kill them pretty quickly.
Yeah. Just casting it's usually good enough.
Alert. Obstacle ahead.
And then we get to watch a big missile go into Varoon's mouth.
Yeah, which 9S is literally on for some reason.
That just wants to blow himself up.
I mean, sure. Do I skip a cutscene and then mash? I think so.
No, it's cutscene and then hacking world.
Oh yeah. All right, so this game has vectoring. Basically, what that means is during if you're doing pod spins, vectoring them is faster, or if you're in the hacking world, vectoring is faster. Basically, what that means is we're going at like a 45-degree angle, so that we're like kind of combining our x and our y velocity to like be greater than it would be normally in a straight line. So
Yeah.
I use keyboard for this so that I can make sure I'm holding those angles just by, whatever direction it is.
Vectoring is not possible on the controller, as it doesn't have individual speeds for each button that you press, I guess, on the keyboard. This is why we're using a keyboard mouse over the controller.
So it's just like
Which is
more
really weird.
precise anyway. So, unless you like notch the controller. But yeah, that'd be weird. You want to fuck 2B, don't you? Yes, I do, game. Yes, I do.
I've heard it's you want to kill 2B.
It's sure, whatever.
Nah, it's most definitely you want to NTR 2B.
Well, it's 4 letters, so unfortunately that doesn't work.
No, not that one. Yeah, anything then? Sorry. I'll stop saying that stuff.
Alright, so this is
where you skip 3 cutscenes in a row.
This is Isom's favorite part of the game. It's time for Is 9S Factory not your favorite part of the game?
This isn't Factory. This is where you go and hack into the server.
It's the same. It's the factory split.
I guess it's the factory split. But this is the like really long break before you get to do all of this.
Yeah, I guess it's true.
Factory, which isn't fun for some people. For a really long time, factory was the same, and then Marky found something, and then it was still the same.
All right, let me see if I can do this properly.
Oh, we'll talk about that
Oh,
when it comes to it.
I need to figure out how to consistently do that. You can get like an insta hack if you just wait a little bit and then you try to hack. It'll like let you instantly hack the like these other 4, I guess. But yeah.
I have no idea how it works.
Yeah, I just
All the runners have said it just works, and then never told us how it works.
Oh, I mean, there are notes, but yeah.
Unknown. Alert. Data synchronization is mandatory for all your
I guess I just didn't read them. Sorry. I'm a bad speedrunner. I don't read the text guides.
Reading's
They're
hard.
10 years long.
So
Which is why we're
lore-wise,
skipping all this lore.
yeah, I was gonna say lore-wise, this is like this is the part of the game where like Ines realizes that somebody's hacking into the bunker. So he goes digging around, and he's gonna figure out that that supplies that are being sent to the moon are empty, and that 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 the Council of Humanity, which is supposedly all the humans on the moon, were created as part of Project Yorha, which is like the military and not the other way around. So where you find out that, wow, all the humans are dead and we exist for no reason.
Spoilers for those who haven't seen the anime or finished the game.
I mean, it's a speed run. Yeah. I think I sit here.
You can sit pretty close to where you have to like go at the last part.
Detected. Council of Humanity and Project Yorha Records Index. Alert. We are not authorized to access this data.
And then after this attack barrier, we now get to the part where I get to say it's my favorite part of the entire run.
This is where Isom gets to make fun of me because I don't know attack yet.
I don't think like a lot of people do the skip. That's fine. So coming up, Ninus goes and hacks into the factory in order to save 2B from this really big robot invasion, I guess.
What was that?
Yeah, because all the robots are going mad and trying to become as gods. And so, in order to do that, Ninus hacks like a lot of different
we recently detected large numbers
enemies,
of machine life
which
forms throughout the
Tsugoii
factory
will be doing.
We received a support request
In order
from
to
TB soon
go
thereafter,
through
but
the
have been
factory pretty
unable to
quickly.
respond due to poor
But there is
reception.
another way which involves hacking a machine out of bounds, so then you can jump over an invisible wall and hack another machine while falling.
Yeah, it's really insane. It's really cool. Doesn't it say like, it says like 45 seconds, right?
It saves at least 30 seconds.
It's really cool. I've done it, but I know like an old version that's not very consistent, but apparently there's a new version that's consistent. I will learn it sometime, Smile.
Yeah. I blame myself for not finding it earlier.
It's cool.
I basically woke up one day and was like, oh, could I do this? And then it worked.
Yeah. So whenever we're hacking as machines, we can't really dash forwards, so you dash backwards. So there's some wonky stuff too. So just do your best to backdash through all this.
Yeah. A lot of the enemy machines in the game will move faster by backdashing rather than walking or attacking.
Yeah, they walk really slow.
Or even jumping.
Everyone shall die and become gods.
So a lot of the movement in this area is just backdashing.
Yep. Nope. And I have my camera, please. If you get hit by any of these crushers, you'll get one shot. If you get hit by a lot of different enemies, you will get stun locked and then dead. Killed. You will get dead. But yeah, so just kind of take it safe, take it slow, make your way through it. Become
However, a fair number of the enemies in this area do not attack you unless you are attacking them.
Become his frog.
Ribbit. Become his frog.
What color do these balls look like to you, by the way? To me, they look green.
They're a bluish green.
Okay. Like I said, I'm very, very, very colorblind. So whenever it comes to colors, I'm like, hey, what is this?
It's like partially looks like the Earth. Shooting the Earth out. What is this?
Is it that green?
No, but it is
it's
like
cool.
You can see the green in it.
Yeah. Also, going through this really, really long factory section, you can now see just like how much we skipped during A.
Yep.
It's pretty amazing just how much like we're able to skip during A that we now have to just like slowly float through as a robot. Really, really cool. Really, I mean, yeah, it looks extremely cool, but gameplay-wise, like, you are just locked onto a 2D plane most of the time, and you're just following that 2D plane.
They did a lot of good things for the visuals.
Oh, yeah.
Your Automata is visually impressive for a game that came out at the same time as Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey.
Oh, you do skip
Which
that?
I keep forgetting. And wonder why I never got Game of the Year.
Did not? I mean, it doesn't matter.
No, I got Best Soundtrack.
That's true. I
Or
mean,
something.
music is incredible, so yeah.
I think Mario Odyssey got Game of the Year. Or was Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
It came out at the same time.
Probably Breath of the Wild.
Will do.
Different strokes for different folks, but yeah.
Same as Horizon Zero Dawn. They came out at the same time, so... Pretty fun games. Came out at the same time as other games, so they didn't win Game of the Year. Anyways, we're back to more hacking around.
Yeah, so I'll hold keyboard for movement, and to shoot, I'll swap. There's no real penalty for dying here.
If you die, you get reset to the last area you were in.
Yeah, so...
Or the area that you're currently fighting in.
Not a big deal.
Instead of getting out of the hack, which is nice. Having to redo this multiple times would have been painful.
During Hondo, there's some pretty cool death warps you can do. I might death warp here. I just kind of run and see if it's worth it or not.
Yeah. There are some hidden things. I think Project Gestalt is what the archives are.
Yeah, I think so. Oh my goodness, I didn't mean to die from that one. Oh, well, it's fine.
Happens.
I think that's the last one now.
I'm behind. Oh well.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. This did not
And
split
now
again. Even though
we've escaped the factory by helping to escape the factory.
Okay. I need to have somebody take a look at my auto splitter for real.
Anyways, we're supposed to go and talk to the commander, but it's faster to save load, as the transporter you pop out is right next to where the commander spawns or standing.
Yeah. Can you jump over to her? Is that what you're supposed to do?
Yeah, man.
Or do you just slow walk all the time?
No, you're supposed to, if you save fast enough, the dialogue that you are like skipping at the beginning will pop up when you exit the transporter, allowing you to just walk up to her and talk to her.
Okay.
We need to match pause faster.
Yeah.
Alert. Mission orders received.
Just be faster, forehead.
Yeah, forehead.
Easy world record.
Large numbers of machine life forms are rampaging through the city ruins.
I wish it was that easy.
I am.
Cause unknown. Goliath class enemies
Anyways,
also confirmed.
we are now going back to the city ruins in our flight units, which Nina said were very expensive.
True.
Alert. All communications are currently being jammed.
Hooray, another shoot 'em up. At least this one's pretty short.
Yeah, this one's really short.
We also get to see the world.
Even though we landed in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean for some reason.
I think one of the maps of the world was messed up in the Drakengard games.
I mean,
I remember hearing them talk about it, but I don't remember.
Drakengard 1 is just, it's just like Europe, but upside down.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah.
There's something about Europe being upside down.
Yeah, I am.
Anyways,
I'm fine.
that cutscene that was skipped, Ninus crashes the flight unit into the ground.
Yep, true.
You know, it was expensive, so obviously just crash it into the ground.
I'm gonna wreck it. Okay. Disney IP, let's go.
They're still coming?
Alright, cool.
Chubby, can you hear me? Our village is under.
No,
So
we got.
Yeah, the boss is just the same as sitting 80%. We just taunt and SD and it blows up.
And then we're on to Core 2 where you just damage glitch.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get it fast.
We just dash chain all the way to them. And then it's on to Eve.
Yep, and it's on to the scary boss that will one-shot you through defensive buffs. Okay.
Nina! It seems the machines on the network have gone berserk. They sealed off the entrance to the village.
But this is where the game gets scary, as a lot of the enemies will one-shot you. Alright.
I don't think that these guys will up your defensive buffs, but I could be wrong.
I've gone one-shot by the bipeds and the other ones at this point. But it could also be from me being bad. But this game a lot and failed a lot of these things. So that's not great.
So, didn't kill it before it landed, but it's fine.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, it's fine.
Hey, the dialogue.
Brother. So, I'll be very safe here. Not want to die here.
Yeah. Dying here doesn't really lose time, it's just scary because
It puts you at the start of the fight, but yeah, just dying bad. Who would have thought?
Everything must die! Why did you kill my brother?
For this first part of the fight, Tsugoi's gonna try and knock Eve down. Eve's HP down as quickly as possible, so he doesn't do great platforms and fly off into the sky. It's a threshold thing. You do it while Eve is attacking.
Can you just die, bro?
Okay, no, skip it.
And there we go.
Massive energy signature detected. The energy seems to be coming from a large number
Eve
of
does not
living
want to
machine
die.
forms.
He's absorbing the life force.
And then during this part, Eve, you hack Eve to then go into his world and see all the cool things that Eve has gone through.
Yep. So you gotta wait for on it, and then you finish hacking, and you enter this little hacking section. Didn't get the good attack. You can do a really cool death warp that'll just like put you up here. It saves like just a little bit of time, but you are dependent on Eve to do specific attacks.
Don't Eve cooperated.
Disruption detected in Yokai Unit 9S.
One thing that's really cool about this game is you get a bunch of different, like I think every song basically has like 5 different versions. You have like a no combat, running from combat,
vocals.
Yeah, and like an off vocal version and a hacking version. So using this game is just so pog. That's to Ichi Okabe. Alright, this is the phase these 2 phases coming up are what I'm most worried about, so.
Yeah. If Tsugoii gets hit by any of the attacks that he does, Tsugoii dies.
Yeah.
But Tsugoii can open the pause menu, or the systems menu, and gain iframes for a bit of time. The strategy, though, in this first part is...
Thought about it, but I didn't.
It's
just gonna play it super safe.
Strategy for this first part of the phase is just get as close to Eve and wall yourself up.
Yeah, you want to SD, but... Wow, the back-to-back without any moving. Unlucky. Nothing I really could have done there.
You could have tried jumping, but that's a very weird way of gaining iframes. Fun fact, when you jump off the ground, your character gains iframes.
Where's my corpse? So we get to find the body.
Yeah, since you don't have
where
the mini-map, it's hard to find the corpse.
Yeah. Alright. Where are you? Wow, too far away? Barely, I'm sure as well.
Yeah, I was gonna move too far.
Alright. I hate this guy so much.
Nothing matters anymore.
I'm just gonna pod fire. I don't care anymore. We're gonna be as safe as possible.
Should be fine. We'll just do it the slow way.
Yeah.
Which being consistent is better than trying to be fast in this game.
There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's just spooky.
NFCS destroyed.
Nice.
Close range combat no longer operable.
Now, you are no longer able to dash around, so you have to walk That's
Yeah, you
everything.
literally just have to walk and then hyper in with pause.
This may take a couple of minutes. I've had a couple times. There's been a couple fun times when 2B has tanked things for me, which makes me wonder how 2B just is able to tank some of these things.
Please die, brother. Okay. Ooh, thank goodness. So during that fade to white, you can't pause. So if he doesn't attack, it starts fading to white, and then you get hit. You'll die while fading to white, and you can't do anything. But either 9V, either 2B tanked the hit, or I dodged it, and we got lucky. So,
You dodged it.
that's personally, that was
Just
the
pure
fight
skills.
I'm most worried about. So I'll take
Tsugoii
it.
has them skills.
Fight's so scary.
It is the scary fight. And now we have
Recover designated
this
items.
is ending B, and so we go into
We go get some drugs from 9S.
we get one drug from 9S.
Yeah,
There was a comment by I think Yoko Taro as to why 9S gives you an E drug at this point.
Yeah,
I forget
so
exactly what it was.
9S is like, hey, I need to talk to you about something. I like figured out that humans don't exist anymore. But instead he's like, I need to talk to you. Never mind, here's a drug.
Pretty much.
So right there, that's our last shop we do. So we have max medium recoveries, max large recoveries, some volt-proof salves, which protect us from electricity for the very last boss, and cure nips for upcoming fight. Yeah, and then just recoveries and buffs.
Yep.
And this
This is the
done.
So people who casually play this game will get to this point of the game and go like, everything's been pretty simple, there's nothing like really tough that's happened. And then get rickrolled by Eve and War. As War has a lot of enemies that are well above the level that you would normally be, unless you've been doing like every single side quest in the game.
Yeah, so what's it called? This is where I can't look. I don't have chat open anymore. I'm looking at my notes now because I need to remember all the different picture books.
Still, at the time,
But
I knew nothing.
yeah.
Not how the battle would end, nor what
I
fate stood in wait for
when I was
us.
playing this game casually, I loved A. I got to B and I hated B. And then C started when it has like the
And those are your orders. Do you understand?
like to be continued cutscene or whatever, and I was like, oh my god, this is where the real game begins. So this is it's kind of how I like to look at it. You have like A, which is pretty fun, but it's just kind of a teaser. You have B that sucks because it's basically a rehash with some extra information. And then you have C, which is like, damn, shit's real now.
They should be located in elevated areas with good signal reception. I forwarded the general positions of the machine lifeform.
So, let's start off with a little hacking section. So, basically what's happening is, after Adam and Eve, I guess, like, take command of the machine network, and we defeat them, we're like, Yorha, or the military, is like, okay, this is our time to do our full frontal assault. And so they're like, we're going to do an invasion and go wipe out the remaining machines on the surface of the Earth so we can reclaim it for the humans. 9S is basically like a reconnaissance unit is what he's supposed to be used for. It's really weird that he's going along with 2B in the first place during A and B, but this is where he's actually doing his job as like as a reconnaissance unit being sent ahead. Yeah. So right now, 9S is going and disabling. I think they call them like air support, like anti-air defenses. So we're not allowed to kill them. We have to hack them. If you kill them, they just respawn.
That one who explodes.
Yeah.
Likes to
Going well
blow
down
up and
there.
die in one
Every
hit.
scanner in
Yeah,
the force
there's
is involved in this operation.
I think it's the
So
first one you
let's
see.
try not to fall
The
behind.
first like suicide unit in the game. Kamikaze
9S.
unit. That's probably a better way to put
Make
it.
sure to do whatever is
But,
necessary to
Yeah.
avoid combat.
The other fun part about this
Pretty cool.
section
Scanner units
is
such as yourself are not designed for
even though you
battle.
see that little progress bar at the top that says 51,
I'm merely pointing out
you'd be like, okay, so you have to get it down from 100 to 0, right? Nah, we have to get it down to 23%. For whatever reason, you can just not do one of them, and the game's like, yeah, you're good.
Just about wrapped up
You
here.
get
How
a
about you?
reward for getting it down to 0%.
Roger.
Oh, I didn't
Be
know
sure to
that.
head back to the bunker when you're done so you can sync your data.
Yeah, but it's slow because you have to
Until your
hack a
combat data is uploaded,
small guy
none
to
of the
then
scans-
hack the big biped. Or Goliath, sorry. Goliath unit. All these other guys, we can just walk up to them and hack them.
Unit 9S should rendezvous with Unit 2B before the combat
It works.
situation worsens.
Which I guess is a game's a way of saying you can hack units to become them.
Yeah, well, we already kind of did that.
9S has voice change. Tsugoii has voice changer +4 on, so that all the voices are sped up.
If it's chat asking a question. Yeah, once you finish A, it gives you access to voice changer, which makes dialogue faster for whatever character you're currently playing as.
I like to think of it as this is 9S's true voice because him sounding as a squeaky mouse sounds a lot better than what he normally says.
Our favorite characters, A Wolf and Nine Mouse. Isn't it like this first? Okay, I did remember.
Are you gonna do the setup for it or no?
For what?
It was during the shoot 'em up. There is actually like some small tech in this specific shoot 'em up. Oh, you didn't get it?
I have no idea.
So apparently, when there are 6 flyers that fall from the sky, they spawn at 000 for a split second, and you can kill them all with a melee attack, like a light attack there.
We're being worn down by a fierce enemy attack.
So there's a lineup that you can do for it. It saves like a couple seconds. I think I've done it, tried to do it and failed, so I instead tried ranged attack ups. It's like somewhat consistent, but it didn't work too well. Anyways, this is War. The way to get through this is you just go around as quickly as possible.
Oops.
But there are every stubby here doesn't really like deal that much damage to 2B.
We'll
But
join you and provide further backup.
there are like some enhanced machines.
Yeah,
this area.
so like this Goliath up here, this big dude will one-shot you through resistances.
Yeah.
The enemy machines are multiplying in front of us. We can't hold this position.
Right. And so, pretty much, you just want to be careful with this. I'll kill him as quickly as possible. Hopefully, pretty well.
Okay. Can I please? I don't think he's taunted. I'm just gonna run away and be
His
safe.
taunt is not as feet for some weird reason.
Alright, there we go. Buffs just wore out, but we didn't die, so it's fine.
Nice one.
Thanks. We'll join you.
Alright, let's go.
I can't see a thing.
We didn't die.
Although for some reason I always had a harder time with the next fight that I did with that Goliath.
Oh.
With Vanguard Squadron Delta.
Your eyes kind of suck here because they make it so you can't attack friendly units, but what that means is if they run of you in front of you while you're spear dashing, you just kind of get screwed over.
Yeah. So sometimes it's better to be slow and let them all die.
Alright, let's just be safe.
I think every single one of these bipeds, when taunted, can one-shot you.
Thanks for the assist.
We're heading out to support the next squad.
Which is me more
We'll
than
join
once.
you there and lend a hand.
This is a fun category, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, it's fun, but like I said, like it is hard to run. It's very it's interesting just because of how unforgiving it is.
This is tougher than I thought it would be.
You make it look so easy, and then you go in and you die immediately. You're like, why did I die?
Are we ever glad to see
Alright,
you?
this is the final part before you become 9S. So, what you can do is kill a couple of the stubbies that are on the ground, and then blow yourself up to kill all the stubbies really quickly. I didn't know Tsugoii was gonna do that, so I wanted to say that.
I did it, but I was just really safe with it.
And now we get to play as 9S and gain a level somehow.
So these are
the scariest enemies in the entire game. Every
EMP
single
units, I
enemy
guess.
that spawns here will try to hack you, but the stubbies will ruin like one of your abilities that you can do. So you may have your jump disabled, you may have your light attacks disabled.
Which is what just happened right there. Oh my goodness, it happened again.
Whenever one of them is disabled, you need to use a pure manipulation. This is why you buy the pure manips.
Yeah, you buy them just right here, because if you get your like your evade or your
you can have your jump disabled, you can have the evade disabled, and you can have the light attack disabled.
Yeah.
If any one of those is disabled, you can no longer damage glitch.
Alright, you can also SD right there to take them out, but I'm just being really safe.
The SD is kind of weird.
Yeah.
You have to have all of them aggroed onto you.
A lot of these
you have
are...
to wait for all of them to spawn in.
Yeah, a lot of the SD strats from here on out are like... You have to have...
Attack functions aren't working.
What's the term I'm looking for?
Enemy aggro?
Yeah, you have to do you have to corral them. Like, do a really job corralling them. It can be really scary.
Yeah. So you'll notice that Tsugoii tried hacking after running away a bit, and then ran a bit further and was able to hack 2B. The reason why is you're not able to hack 2B until the dialogue finishes playing. And it's easier just to run away from the combat.
Yeah.
And try to get ending O.
Target location data obtained. Marking on map.
I guess spoilers for ending O.
The ending that we don't get, it's okay. Alright, so...
The jamming is coming from...
wait, is it immediately here? Whatever, I'm just gonna do it anyway.
For picture books?
Yeah.
You picture book after killing the guy. And
That's
then
what I thought.
That should take care of the jam.
Alright, that one.
And then it's after 9S says I have an idea.
It's possible to access and then 30%.
2B, I have an idea. It's possible to...
That one.
Data upload 30%.
This looks kind of funny because you're just like picture booking, skipping dialogue, and then oh, I can't discard them from here? Alright, I have to do it like this. Grab a nip, discard all of them, and then run to 9S. Cool. Pog.
I just always had those in my inventory.
I get rid of them.
2B.
No, Desert Eagle.
Desert Eagle went to bed forever ago, I thought, but it's all good.
Okay, my chat rolled up on me sometime.
Alright.
I blame chat. I blame Twitch for ruining my chat experience.
The doors! Did the virus infiltrate the bunker itself?
Now we've gone back to the bunker to go and save the Yorha commander, or Yorha. Because all the Yorha members have been going crazy.
Yeah, I guess I kind of skipped over that.
But apparently only 2B and 9S have not been going crazy. For something 9S did during ending B. Probably ordered a pizza and some glitch happened. And it just was like, you know, I'm just gonna stop working with Yorha now.
2B! It's open!
That wasn't too bad at all. Okay, that sucked though. Glory to mankind.
Glory to mankind. One of the dialogues during this is Operator 60 talking about flowers.
That's only if you did the quest. It doesn't do that in me, it's only in Hundo.
But tell me, why weren't you two infected?
It's probably because I
Which
deferred our
quest it
data
is
sync.
then.
I
it is
noticed
Desert
weird
Flower.
noise in the bunker server data, so I
Also, that it is in all endings.
Oh, okay.
I see.
The transport terminal is corrupted. We need to get to the hangar and get some flight units.
I think that's the last one. Okay. That's pretty clean. I'll take it.
Nice.
Alright, so this is where things get interesting. So from here on out, the bunker has fallen. So we no longer have backups, basically. So from here on out, if we die, we have to reload the game. Or, yeah, we have to reload the game and it just goes to the last time you saved. So, on top of getting one shot by things, we now also have to load. And if you've noticed, we have not been saved.
So there's a fair number of times where you could have beaten most of this game and then died right after this point and had to redo all of the war.
I E-drug after the first shockwave, right?
It's you E-drug after Ines goes ugh. Yeah, dude.
No, did not get it.
Oh, yes, it is.
So you only get one E-drug. E-drugs have a bunch of random effects that happen. One of the random effects is making dialogue even faster. The section's tied to dialogue yet again, so if you're able to get that, you can save like 30 seconds or something.
One of them makes the dialogue go even slower, which is funny.
Yorha Unit 2B's stealth function unlocked.
But yeah, it's pretty much the only place where we can use the E-drug effectively. And we only got one of them, so here's what.
Oh, I thought you could use... I know you can use Bruise in Tower. Can you not use E-drug in Tower?
You can use E-drugs in Tower. It's just that you would need to use a lot of them.
Oh.
Alert. Critical damage to flight unit. Proposal. Eject immediately.
And the Tower E-drug sequence is kind of weird. Basically,
Reactor core temperature rising.
since we're not going to have it happen in this run, I'll just explain it anyways. If you use an E-drug as A2 in the tower, the E-drug would have a timer that goes down for about like 30 seconds, because that's how long it lasts. But when you transition over, it has 000 and is always active, allowing you to skip a lot of dialogue. This is virus skip. Basically, there is a very large invisible plane, which 2B can go around. And if you go around this invisible plane, you don't get the virus.
Yeah, so it speeds up our movement to where, spoilers, 2B fucking dies. So instead of having like this virus that's taking over our body and like shutting off a bunch of our functions and making it slow and suck to get to, instead we can just go around the trigger in Sphere Dash and have fun.
I was mad at you for saying spoilers.
Oh, okay. It's okay. Spoilers. Just like Esteban Ocon's during the 2023 Hungaro Grand Prix, it's broken.
Oh no, May's never played this game before and you just ruined it for May.
Oh no.
Yes, Bunny Girl will live in our hearts.
True. There's gonna be a loud noise coming up, so if you're asleep, it's time to wake up and mute the tab.
Just wondering when it was gonna happen.
Let's see.
It turns out the virus skip actually doesn't skip 2B from getting the virus. It's just that you don't get it immediately. There is a timer that's going off in the background. Once that runs out, you get the virus.
Yeah, so we go from 0 to 90% infected. Oh no, my name's 2B. I'm injured. Help me.
Help me A2. Help me 9S. I need repairs.
Oh my goodness, please. Can I... There we go.
Now we get to play as A2 for the first time.
Wow, it's A2. But how are we playing as her?
One thing that was found out is those enemies spawn a consistent time. So if you let the cutscene run, those enemies will spawn earlier.
Interesting.
Makes me wonder if holding to B to skip there might actually be faster.
Alright. Like I said, BB's dead. Is this a cutscene? Yeah, okay.
There's a lot of cutscenes.
Most important part of the run right here. Do not pick A2.
Yeah. While mashing, you'll automatically select 9S.
Yeah. If you mash with A and B, it'll always put you on the bottom option.
So even though A2 may be better than 2B, we only play as 9S.
For the most part.
Yeah.
Have to watch 9S put his face back on. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. And then talk to Devla and Popola. Just walk your way. And walking forward. They're like, stand up and walk around. You're just like, get out of my way so I can actually do that.
Yeah. So now there's this really big thing up in the sky.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. Like, it's a really, really cool cutscene. Once 2B dies, you see like this giant tower spawn out of the middle of this thing, and it shoots out a bunch of signaling the death of 2B and Yorha.
And then what Tsugoi's doing here is there's this really long dialogue that's going on, and you can interact with this transporter.
I didn't get it. Okay.
I just picture broke 3 times. If you're able to interact with the transporter, you can then just immediatally transport to the forest.
Yeah, there's a little tiny window for where you can where you'd be able to interact with this and just transport right away and still wait instead of waiting for this dialogue, but did not get lucky.
Yeah. I'm not sure which is faster, pod padding or moving around, or just picture booking multiple times in a row.
I don't know. Now we're gonna go do meat box. There are 3 resource recovery units, is what they're called, that we unlock, and we need 3 keys.
Fun fact about the resource recovery units, you can see the tower in the side of the resource recovery unit. Pretty cool. As they're like their own like small world. You can see the tower from the you look the direction that the tower is. It's due to the fact that the tower is always loaded. No matter where you are in the game, the tower is there. So even though we were in the forest, the tower is loaded in the game.
I just realized I didn't save. Good luck.
Please don't die.
I highly recommend you turn around, gamer. I would not chance it.
Alright.
Probably haven't saved them like
Can
30 minutes.
I leave? I don't think I can leave.
You have to walk out of the elevator a bit.
Like you have to reopen the door.
You have to walk away for the door to close.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, oh, I forgot to do the thing.
You can just save at the forest center one, I guess.
Is that faster?
I don't remember which one is closer. I know that the save locations are very wonky in this area. I don't think it is closer, though.
The castle one's closer.
Alright, well I already started running, so whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh no, I baited you.
True.
I bait everybody.
I don't pretend to know this category, so when somebody tells me to do this, I'm like, alright, aye, boss, I listen to you. So yeah, and whenever you do actual runs, you don't save. But once again, since I haven't saved since the start of C, so we'd be losing about 30 minutes of progress. Yeah.
How large are the saves in these areas? I forget.
I don't know. I just ran into it like a dummy.
Yeah, it works.
It's fine. Everything's fine. We're all fine. We're not gonna die, and then we're gonna laugh, and we're gonna look back at this and be like, haha, look at you being safe, loser.
It's not like I've died there multiple times.
Where the hell am I?
Next to the tower.
Where the
meat box.
hell?
Oh, you went down.
That's wild.
That was a enemy. That enemy you passed that had a shield and a spear was one of the enemies I was considering for hitting a high-level hacked enemy. You know, in the chapter select stuff. As the cheat code percent counts. As I think they're like level 70 or something. It's a very high level.
That was a fun, like, 3-minute detour.
Fortunately, they just don't attack quickly. As fast as a biped with a gun. Anyways, meat box.
Meat box is very scary.
90% of the enemies in meat box one-shot you.
Yep.
And 2 of them are very annoying to kill. That being the flyers, which are like right at the end. It's fun.
Are you... There we go. I'm just gonna rebuff just in case.
If we aren't talking too much, I'd rather let Tsugoii focus during this fight than not.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton to say. Your butthole is clenched and you just don't get hit. Okay, that's not what I want to do. Alright, that works. Not what I want to do, but it's fine.
Anytime you don't die, it's worth it. That's how I think of meatballs.
Yeah. Alright. I usually try to bait out an attack here. Oh. I've died to that, I don't know what to call them. I always call them like spider enemies, but I've died to that bro so many times.
It's one of the enhanced things. I forget what they're called.
Yeah, so even like the enhancer, like the red units, whenever they do that, like run up and make an electric field thing, they can one shot you there also.
You've been noticing, Tsugoii has been doing a lot of attacks in the air that aren't damage glitches. Or sorry, that are, yeah, damage glitches. Those are instead plunge glitches. As 9S can actually plunge glitch.
I like that, that's good. Instead of just me being bad, it's me getting plunge glitches on accident. Alright.
Now for the floor that's actually scary. This is the second to last floor, and they have like 2 enemies here that are really scary and a bunch of enemies that can still one-shot you. The medium flyers, towards the end of this, are the ones that I'm referencing. I'll talk about them after they're dead.
Alright. Oh, not yet. Okay. Alright, works. Nope. I'm gonna just play it super safe. Alright, I can kill you.
Okay, that's good, yeah. So, the medium flyers have an attack where they fill up the entire screen with bullets, and if they do that, it makes them really hard to kill. Technically, it only works if they have guns on the edge of it.
I don't know if I need to be buffed.
Any one of those bullets hit you, you die. And I've had multiple runs die to getting hit by one of those bullets. Usually you wait for them to do a melee attack.
Alright.
And for the final floor, you just blow up.
We didn't die. Fog. A little 3-minute detour, but that's fine.
Wow, a no 21 skin? I thought that was Noel. From Reincarnation.
I don't know. I saw Jay have it, and it looks cool. So yet again, we picked 9S instead of A2.
We're just gonna go and do, it's a soul box, right?
Proposal. Commence data overhaul immediately.
It's the skin 9S is in. I thought it was Oz0, but it seems to be someone else. We don't know entirely. My guess is Noel from Reincarnation. Not sure.
Marking location on map.
The fun thing is I have no idea what side of pace I'm on right now, since my splits are just so messed up.
Currently number 21 from Punishing Gray Raven.
Wait, where the hell do I go? City Center. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you go to City Center. We're just gonna turn in this key that we just got from Meatbox before we go to Soul Box.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I already explained it. I'm not gonna do the meme, but
this is the largest sequence break in the entire game.
Yeah.
On version 1.01.
This is why we have to play on 1.01 instead of the current version of 1.02. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, you can insert every tower key individually and transport away, and you just get the key back.
Yeah, it's like, I'm pretty sure it has to do with it being a key item, but typically when like you use it, it goes away. But if you teleport, it just comes back to you for whatever reason in this game. So, or in this version. So, yep. We get to skip Soulbox, which sucks, and Godbox, which also sucks.
And all of A2's story stuff.
Yeah, and literally all of A2.
Which means you get to skip the children. So, which
Yeah.
is nice.
I won't say...
I never liked watching that part.
I won't say all of A2 stuff sucks, but it's not super fun. You have like the Hegel fight, and that's like it.
What was Hegel? No, whatever. I pronounce everything wrong. Sorry. I pronounce 9s as 9s. So.
I mean, he does want you to call them 9s.
That's 9s. Gotta have that z.
Z. I'm gonna eat a cracker. My wrist really hurts.
I mean, you've been dash chaining for the past 2 hours.
More than that. If you consider my practice runs I did right before. I played like probably about 8 hours in here today now.
So yeah, after hacking open the tower, these subunits, there's supposed to be like this very big fight that goes on, where you're fighting all these enemies, and then Evola and Popola come in. It turns out that doesn't happen due to the fact that the game doesn't expect us to have the tower open at this point. So they only programmed it so that when you were in the specific phases of the game itself, that entire sequence happened. Instead, you just hack and open the tower.
Yeah, we also hack faster. This is messing with the camera, but the first tick of hacking is faster than holding hacking. So we can just do the first tick over and over again to hack faster.
Yeah. And since the SD cancels the animation of 9S just standing still while waiting for the hacking thing to go away, you just spam SD and hack.
Yeah.
And then are able to enter the tower. Oh, dying here, there's also no punishment. You just teleport back to the beginning.
Mm.
Analysis. It is part of a closed defensive system.
Please save either immediately when you enter the tower or when you're playing as A2.
I do it at the top. Once I get to the top of the elevator.
Okay. The tower sequence has like some spots where you can save as 9S and A2.
Yeah,
There's
so
not many.
Yeah, I'll do this one, then I'll
until-
do A2 library.
Yeah. And until you like hit about almost all the way through the tower, the game will no longer have that loading game part. Or if you die, you can't save the game. When you die, you have to reload the game.
Entrance is a trap.
So yeah, I'll do a safety save here, and I'll do one more safety save, but thankfully once you get far enough in the tower, you'll get like a continue screen basically. So after a certain point, the game will thankfully not force you to like reload again.
Thanks for the hearts, Galaxy.
Yeah.
You've chosen to visit the tower today. Don't forget about the special prize for the guest who unlocks the last...
Tsugoii, it doesn't have chat open.
Yeah, I have to have my notes open.
This is a very big fight where you fight a bunch of 2B clones. It's supposed to be like pretty tough, but it turns out if you just step forward or step to the left, blow yourself up, they all die.
You take one step and then SD, you can get all of them in there.
Alert. The structure known as the tower has opened its gate.
Nope, I don't get auto-locked on anything.
Aerogram, thanks for the $5 to support the ACLU Foundation. Hey, we're now playing as A2.
I hope you enjoy it.
Like the first time we've ever played as this character.
I hate doing... I wanted to do... Trying to do plunge glitches is so hard. As A2. So A2 has like a lot longer dash than 2B, so it messes with a lot of stuff. I think technically here you're supposed to go into her berserk mode and do dash swings, but the spacing for it is just weird. I don't play enough as A2, so I don't have the muscle memory. So I just spear dash instead. Man, they're closed again. Why does this happen to me?
Don't know. I've had it happen to me a couple times.
Yeah, these doors are supposed to be open, but
Both of those doors should be open.
Yeah.
Huh. I'm gonna blame your game at this point.
Yeah, whatever. It's fine. The library. Oh.
Hooray, the library.
Hypothesis. It is a representation of a library.
What's that?
A library is a data storage facility constructed by past human civilizations.
We got them hips though, or A2. Skip the best dialogue in the game, where she says Peachy.
It's just because it's faster.
Unfortunately. Peachy. Alright.
Now we are just going around and going through the library, doing, I guess, some research is the thing that's going on.
I don't know. She's like, let's take a look around. And we're like, okay.
Yeah. You get to read about what Project Yorha is.
No, that's earlier. We get to figure out, we get some stuff that doesn't really make a lot of sense unless you played Nier about, like, Patient Zero for, white chlorination syndrome, or whatever it's called. And down here, we'll get, right here we'll learn about we'll learn about, Yorha projects, or yeah, model number 2 in Yorha, which is basically saying that 2B was based off of A2, but instead of being an attack unit, all the Bravo designations are actually Echo designations, which are like executors. They were purely designed to kill Yorha units that found out more than they should know, or like deserted or other stuff. You find out that 2B has killed 9S a lot.
Spoilers. Sorry.
I mean,
Virus eliminated.
Here.
95% of functionality restored.
Yorha unit 9S.
Yorha Unit 9S. Welcome to the tower.
Yorha Unit
This is another part where it's a butt clencher.
Yeah. Basically all of tower.
Yeah. Although, yep, part of the upcoming sequence isn't as a butt clencher.
Oh my goodness, bro. Alright, this one always scares me.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna...
This medium flare.
Game. Bro, can you just die for real? There we go. Alright, I'm just gonna rebuff.
That medium flyer, when taunted, one-shots you.
Yeah.
On any hit. And spawns a bunch of balls, or spheres, around. And so, you can just taunt it immediately and damage glitch it, because apparently the first hit from them isn't a taunted hit, so you live completely fine.
Okay, I yellowed it.
You can also be safe.
Nah, I yellowed it.
Nice YOLO.
Yeah, there's a lot of spots, like I'm saying, with like mob fights where you can just say, SD, please carry me. Please one-shot all the enemies and don't destroy me.
Yeah.
Alright.
And after all that, we get to see some flight units. There is some like weird tech that you can do for this fight. A second.
Alright, I'm just gonna rebuff here. I'm not pushing SD. Okay. Punch glitch. Alright, nice. I'll take it. We got through it. Ugh, spooky. Thankfully, the fight units won't one-shot you, but they will two-shot you. Or if you're not buffed, if you let your buffs expire, they'll one-shot you. So we'll go for a really weird skip here. And I'll do one more. Okay. There's a really weird clip you can do right there. That saves a little bit of time while you're waiting for this door to open, but it's really jank because you have to start it from... you have to start the heavy hold from outside the room and go into the room.
Detected. Proposal. Retreat immediately.
What am I doing? Oops. Who are you?
The roommate's concerned for me. It's 5 AM and I've been falling asleep. Where are we at? We're A2 killing the red girls?
Yeah.
Yes. This is, some runners will B-mode for this at the beginning to attack faster, while you can B-mode towards the end of it, as there are more enemies that spawn in, and the B-mode will hit multiple enemies at once, and it's all dependent on how many you kill.
Yeah, we're gonna wait till the camera moves. Okay, cool.
Proposal.
And once the camera moves, you need to stop killing them.
Yeah. This fight is basically A2's like, I'm gonna kill them all. And then the pod unit's like, yo dog, they're just gonna infinitely respawn, you can't keep doing this. How about you like try and not fight them and wait till they like overload their own memory basically.
Consciousness data saturation rate 30%.
And then spawn another self entity that goes against the entity itself. I think the pod was just making stuff up and hoping it worked.
It did work.
Consciousness data saturation rate 60%.
I guess. At this point, it's an auto-scroller. We actually have to just wait for the dialogue to start playing and then skip it. The only exciting things we get to do are look around at this empty world. See all the red girls spawn bullets at us.
Consciousness data saturation rate 90%. We are one.
One.
Alright, cool.
Consciousness data saturation rate 100%. Hypothesis. The enemy's consciousness has begun to fracture.
When it hits 100%, all of them just time stops, which I guess is the other really cool part about this. And we enter the final sequence of the game.
Consciousnesses are now in conflict with each other.
Yep, so this is our continue point. So if we die here, we will, or if we die before the game finishes, we will respawn right here.
Yep. This elevator is, the developers were probably thinking like, no, we haven't had a save location in the past like 20 minutes. We should probably just be nice. Make it so the player respawns here. This is the last point of the game.
Speculation. It is driven by remaining data located within enemy servers.
It's this hole.
Yeah, someone this hole. There's specific dialogues that we are waiting for in order to use a picture book. And then we play as 9S.
Yeah, this is a really cool part of the game where the game basically moves back and forth between you controlling 9S going up the tower and A2 going up the tower. It's really neat.
This was definitely a really good part of the game.
Oh yeah.
But I still have no idea how they executed on the packet, even after looking at some of the things. Every single one of these sections has its own phase, which is cool. Phases are basically like different areas in the game, and they like transition from one spot to the other, so that you have like quests lined up. So, no, that was explained early on, or not at all. So, sorry if I'm using that terminology, people don't know what's going on. But basically, during this part of the fight, with 9S and the flight units and 2B on the ground, we're just trying to kill everything as quickly as possible, while waiting for the dialogues to end.
Yeah, for his
Oh boy.
Alright, cool. That boy didn't fall off. The nice thing about playing as A2 is for as spooky as it might be, just like continuously have health draining. B mode makes it so that we cannot be one shot, which is awesome.
Yeah. Makes these fighting sections a lot easier. Oh, Roy, are you gonna do the strat or no? Take that as a note. Basically... Oh no, it's after this. Yeah, it's after this part. Sorry, I went a little early. Because this is the part where A2's talking about junk. Then there's like one wave of enemies that spawn. And it was found out that if you lose B mode after this section, and then blow yourself up as A2 during the next section, you're able to spawn in the guy a little bit faster. I forgot what his name is. Is it Roshi or is it Koshi?
I don't know.
It's Koshi. Koshi spawns in slightly faster during the next section if all of the tails are destroyed. But when you're playing, when you're speedrunning this, you can't really kill all 9 tails, so we just wait about like 30 seconds.
I just started to come up. Alright, so that's the end of my recoveries.
That's why we have a large one.
Yeah, B mode just chunks through recoveries. This isn't hold B, is it? No, that's fine.
The next one is hold B. It's when you're playing as Lina, you hold B.
Yeah, so there's a cutscene where it's not faster or like slower to hold B to skip, but if you don't hold B to skip, you have a chance of just soft blocking.
It's due to the fact that the area that you spawn into just isn't loaded, so you can't kill the enemy, whatever it's called. It's a lot of fun. It's like you're beating all these people, you skip a cutscene, and then you're like, I now have to redo the entire tower.
Alright, I don't know if it's foolproof salves here, but I'm just gonna do it anyway.
It is foolproof salves as 9S. A2 it gets wiped. Whatever called.
Alright. So this is spooky. Gonna pause the second I get control. Put on taunt +3 instead of taunt +6. Where are you?
Thanks for the good luck, Skate. Oh, you do get the things in as A2. I thought you didn't get your buffs as A2. Oh. I just know that I've died as 9S. I'm just transitioning into 9S.
Alright, oops, no, what did I do?
You apparently hacked and hard launched.
Alright, that's that boss down. Spooky, we did it.
Hooray! Alright, now there's about, I think, 10, 12 minutes left in the run.
Yeah, not a ton. So I pick A2 first.
This is ending C coming up, then it will be ending D, and finally ending E.
Can you die? Oh, my brother.
Oh, he had like 1 HP.
Alright, whatever, it's fine. I should just let that go sooner. There we go.
Acknowledged.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Affirmative. Your high unit A2. Core data for 9S is stored ahead. Alert. Severe virus corruption. Probability of successful deletion extremely low. The idea under
So
consideration
this part
not
is like we're going up to the top where we've hacked into 9S and we're now going to the top of this stairwell to save 9S from the corruption.
Yeah,
It's, infecting his body.
Doesn't really make.
Because he put 2B's arm on him.
They don't really explain it, but like somehow, like A2 like trades her consciousness with his, so she's the one who gets infected and dies instead of him. It doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah. But there was like a really cool shortcut we did there, which skipped a lot of just running around. So you can jump during that entire sequence. And now we've unlocked chapter select.
Yep.
And so we can chapter select back to the fight that we just did.
Yeah, basically.
And now play as 9S for a short 2 minutes.
Not even that, but yeah. Whole split is 2 minutes and already a minute in. It's like, yeah. I really need to find an A2 mod.
I think there's a couple of A2 mods.
Oh, there's a lot. I just need to have one on.
Good morning, really longathon.
Good morning, really longathon.
I'm going to sleep after this.
Same. Alright, and we mash to win.
Yep. The final mashing sequence of the game.
That's a long one too. Oh my god.
And you even have to select an option during this. I don't know the difference between selecting one versus the other.
There isn't one. As far as time is concerned, there isn't. Excuse me, my voice.
I remember looking in the data, and apparently there are 4 different endings for 9S, and I have no idea how it happens.
Yeah, I think that's what the game says. I have no idea. All right. So we'll be done in like 8 minutes from now.
Yep. You get to listen to cool music and do one final shoot 'em up.
Hey, look. It's, where is he? Where is he? It's Matt Mercer. Oh my god. It's my favorite DM.
Oh my god. Matt Mercer is in this. Apparently as, remember what voice Matt Mercer plays?
I don't know. He does a lot of... I know it's Drakengard 3. It's like a lot of soldier extras in Drakengard 3 in English. I assume it's just like additional voices, but... Yeah.
The defense program has initiated a purge. If this continues.
Anyways, during this first part, we die a lot.
Yep. We're gonna die a couple times, connect to the network, and yeah.
And always say no.
You accept defeat.
And speedrunners have messed up that a lot. Because it's not the bottom option, it's the top option. How do you select the top option? It's too hard.
Yeah, I always just mash. Whenever I need to select the top option, I just mash like up and X. It's a little bit slow, it's because like the way that mashing in this game works is like you have like mash once to start advancing the text, and then you mash again to mash once to advance, and then like you mash again to skip it. So yeah.
Yeah. I don't have to stream dialogue on, so I don't get to hear any of the nice music going on.
Yeah.
Or
the noises of the stream.
We were created to execute the android's Project Yorha plan.
Oh yeah, during this part, now we have 6 other followers. So we're dealing like 6 or 7 times more damage than we normally would.
Something resembling consciousness and emotion being born.
Because we just have that many more bullets coming out. And if you die, another person spawns in. All the credits as they come from the top. And it takes about 8 minutes in total to get through.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be quiet and let the music play. Let me see your Bible thumps, everyone. Alright, time will be coming up after we kill the president and CEO.
I forgot how to pronounce his name.
And time.
It's time. GG.
GG.
Everything that lives is designed to end. They are perpetually trapped
Timer hasn't stopped,
in
so
a
or
never-ending
there it is.
spiral of life and death.
4:10:38.
However, life is all
Yeah,
about the
it's a
struggle
403
within this
RT
cycle.
or IGT, so it's fine.
That is what we believe.
Yeah.
Pod
Nier Automata,
153 to Pod
pretty
042.
poggers
How is
game.
it going?
I am embarrassed.
To learn how to speedrun this game,
Why is that?
go to sponsored by
I
Drakengard.com.
launched a suicide
That'll
attack, and yet
link
here
you
I
to
am,
the
still
speedrunning
alive.
Discord. There's
I must look
resources
very silly.
for all
Do
the
not feel bad
categories.
about it.
So is
We
ending
are
E.
alive after all.
And
And being alive is pretty
yeah.
much a constant stream of
Thanks
embarrassment.
for having us.
Yeah, thanks to Isom for
Abstract for me
not
to
sleeping
understand
and
it this time.
showing up out of
I will
nowhere
save
to
it in my list of
help
things
save
to
my
analyze
voice.
later.
Question, Pod 042.
Let the rest of this inning play out
Did
and
the
then
data salvage restore all of their past memories?
take us off.
Wait, are you gonna delete your data?
And are those recovered parts
Nah.
of the same design as previous ones?
Nah.
Yes.
Then, won't
Okay.
that simply lead us
Well, you
to
could
the
say
same
the letter
conclusion
P.
as before?
P.
Is the
I
ending
cannot
message?
deny the possibility. However, the possibility of a different future also exists.
No, wait a second. We gotta wait till the ending's
future
done, and then
is
we can
not
take it
given
off.
to you. It is something you must take for yourself.
So this is the first Yoko Taro game with a quote-quote happy ending, where 2B, 9S, and A2 all get put back together, supposedly recreated, and hopefully when they wake up they don't want to murder each other. That being said, they're still alive in a ruined world, so is the ending really happy?
Pod 153 to player. Please
Not really.
respond to this query. Do
But
you,
I think they're just perpetuating a
have
cycle.
anything you would like to say to other players
Yeah.
But it's like
who are
an okay
suffering
ending.
because
That's-
they cannot finish Nier Automata?
That's it for
Understood.
us. Thanks for having us. GG's. I'll just do finger gun until I see him gone. Yeah.
I have ads, so I can't figure out if I'm on or not.
Um. Drakengard.
So are you gonna take us off now?
Waiting.
Oh. Whoops, I was talking to nobody. Hi everyone, this is Del, co-owner of Really Lanathon, guy who mainly runs the stream. I just want to say thank you for watching. You can donate below the stream to the ACLU Foundation. We're raising money due to the Supreme Court shenanigery, and ACLU is best equipped to work to make the laws better, like in the states and stuff, themselves. And yeah, it's pretty bad, some of the decisions that the American Supreme Court is making, but help. Or you can just watch the marathon. That is up to you. We're gonna have MASH Phil. It's gonna be probably take us a little bit after the official start time for Ryan Ford's Arc Rise Fantasia run, but Ryan Ford has some issues at his home. He had a water leak that he may or may not be able to run. So we'll fill with something after MASH does a small filler to get us back on schedule. And yeah, you can donate to the marathon. You can donate to the marathon.